Good morning. Welcome back to the channel. My name is Mohammad Asim Akram. Today we are going to cover the master class on EC2 instance. Before heading towards, we will cover the point as what is cloud computing, right? If you have the knowledge of cloud computing, then it's very easy to understand the EC2 services, right? Provided by AWS cloud services, right? EC2 instance that is simply is known as elastic cloud computing, and in general terminology, in different cloud is known as also virtual machine, right? It's a virtual machine hosted on somewhere location. If you check it the diagram over here, simple you will find some of there are dedicated server consultation, virtualization, and the trend came with the cloud computing, which is now in the high, right? There is a graph of how the resource utilization goes, the price will with the time and the price its impact. Okay, right. So what we are going to cover in this master class, let's go and check it out over here. Right, in this concept we will try to cover first what is cloud computing, right? What is cloud computing, how it is important in today's digital world, right? What impact does it provide in the IT infrastructure and in the digital world environment, right? Then after we will cover what are as, right, infrastructure as core services, and what is platform as services and software as services. What does it differentiate and how you are going to select that part. Okay. After that, we will cover the history and evolution of virtual machines. So we'll cover that part also. After that, we will go for the second phase, right? When we will cover AWS services overview. There, I will show you how to create your account, AWS account creation. Then we will discuss about the region. What are the regions in AWS services, right? And the availability zone inside there. So you can host your first virtual machine and EC2 instance in selected region, right? Then I will try to show you how to create first EC2 instance where we will use Linux operating system, right? Then afterwards we will launch our instance and we will use third-party SSH client app to access our first EC2 instance. After going here, we will enhance our expertise. Then we will say that how you are going to install your create your EC2 instance using launch template, right? Launch templates are required when you're creating repetitive EC2 instance with the same configurations, right? That I will show you if this is the main use case which should be covered in uh, auto scaling part, right? If you're auto scaling your application hosted on EC2 instance, then you need to create launch template and you have to provide this provision in auto scaling. Okay, so based on that launch template, the uh, auto scaling will create new EC2 instances based on your templates. Then we will discuss all the benefits, configurations, and understand what is elastic IP, also the difference between elastic IP, dynamic IP, and static IP, and what does it impact if you're not taking elastic IP. And I will show you how you're going to associate your elastic IP with your EC2 instances. After that, we will go for the master class, right? So we'll cover this as a part. Uh, let's go first. We will cover with the part one, right? Then we'll go with the part two. Then we'll go for the part three. Then in the part four, we will say how you are going to create your Amazon machine image of your existing EC2 instance. How does it impact, right? It's used in replication of your EC2 instance in the backup disaster recovery. Okay, and even you can use EBS snapshot also. That we will cover all the aspect related to this Amazon machine and snapshot, AMI and snapshot. We will cover that. We will have hands-on knowledge on that, right? Snapshot. Then afterwards, we will have an overview. If you're as a DevOps senior, right? We required part. The part 5, we will see overview of the EC2 instance, what kind of virtual machine AWS is provided, what are the family of that, and how you are going to get the quotation of that. That means what will be the price, how you're going to calculate your price quotation to forecast your budget and everything. As a DevOps Indian, you should have, as a DevOps Indian and the cloud engineer, you should have the knowledge that how you're going to calculate your estimation cost, the projection budgeting for the budgeting. So that we will cover. After that, I will show you how you're going to automate your ABS backup also with the data lifecycle manager, right? Here we have done manually, right? Everything we have done manually. So let me add it over here. We are doing in the fourth part, we are doing manually. Here we will automate in the fifth step. We will automate this, right? automate all the backups using the policies. Okay, so it will take the automate, right? It will create your backups everything by providing the date and the time what we have configured. Based on that, it will create repeatedly backups of your AMI of your instances in term of AMI or the snapshot. Okay, and we will cover the best practice of the cost and the resource optimization as I mentioned over here. And in this session, after that, we will create our first, right? We have used how we have already covered how to create EC2 instance, budgeting, AMI, everything. So now what we'll do it practically, we will configure first our our f- our first Windows server. Okay. So I will show you what is the importance of Windows Server, and there was a disaster also, right, with the Microsoft. So we will cover that aspect also as a case study. Okay, and after that we will check it out how to set up RDP and how you're going to create a password using your SSH key, right? That, and we will see what roles are active directory you can configure. Okay, what are the use case? Later on, what we will do it, we will configure, right? We'll convey MFA on our AWS account, so that the currently AWS has imposed that this is a mandatory step to have multiple MFA on your AWS account. Okay, so this also we will cover, and I will show you how you are going to cover. So end of this tutorial, you will be hands-on knowledge of AWS EC2 services. Before that, you will have the concept clear of the cloud computing. Then you have automate your services, how you're going to launch template, and how you're going to do it manually, how you're going to do it automated. Okay, automation using automation scripts. Okay, using the script, and then afterwards, how you're going to configure your first EC2 instance. Okay, your EC2 server. Okay, that is Windows Server as I mentioned. Then afterwards, we will apply multi-factor authentication on our AWS account. Okay, so let's go to the session and complete this task. And don't forget to share, subscribe with your friends, and watch till end. Share with your friends itself so that they have hands-on knowledge. If you don't have with that, you can cover with all the aspects. Now let's discuss the point. What is cloud computing? Cloud computing refers to simple, that is a network, right? It's a network or is provided the cloud over the internet, right? What does they are operations they are following, like developing new application. With that, you can create a virtual storage, you can provide the backup, disaster recovery, okay, hosting your website, application, blog, everything. So the model they are going with, uh, let me discuss the models also. First, discuss their history, right? As I share that they started in 2016, 2006, right? 2006, they introduced this part, and they started leading in the industry. They are the richest at the time, right? It was a Jeff who was the owner of this. He has a lot of revenue receiving from AWS cloud computing. Okay, so in this case, what they thought is that we'll do one thing. He say that please don't buy any physical servers, right? Just come and take one virtual machine from us. Okay. So virtual machine reference to VM in AWS, right? They said, you have issue, right? You have issue with with the storage, right? So you need to buy the hard disk huge. So instead of buying hard disk, take storage from us, right? Take storage from us. Don't worry, everything is remotely virtual. Okay, then afterward, they say that don't worry about the operating systems, right? Or the softwares. We will give you all the softwares. Come with us and take it while conferring your EC2 instance. Okay. So they say that come with us and take everything. Then after that, they say that don't worry about the maintenance. We will take care about this whatever we are making 24 into 7 with high availability, even with the backup also, right? So they say that make it schedule backup. So we'll backend and we'll make sure everything is highly available, right? In multi zones and everything, multi zone. Then afterwards, there was an issue came that where will be the location of your hostings, right? So they said, don't worry, we will make it multiple regions. Okay, multiple regions. Then they said that we will provide you multiple zones inside the regions, right? Inside the regions. Then we will use the latency, that means data transfer, right? whatever the data we are going to use from the server, we are going to fetch from the locally or through the base browser. They say that we will provide you low latency. That means high 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 rate of data transfer without any issues, right? They say that data transfer will be always high. Okay, transfer with the high. Now the point is coming at the phase, the conventional way. Before buying this everything, before going with the cloud computing, the issues was we have to do the payment, right? Cloud cloud computing. We used to do, as I show you before in the in the demonstration, I said that before you proceeding for any development, you used to pay the amount. Then they came with the solution like computing. Don't worry, go with on demand prices. Okay, on demand prices or reserve prices, right? Reserve prices. So there is a multiple options in the pricing. On demand prices refer to when you use your resources, the charges will be applicable. Okay, charges applicable, right? Reserve, there is a fixed prices with 50% discount. Okay, there is a one who I'm quoting. There is multiple options also available from the multiple cloud providers. Okay, so what happened? They say that please don't worry. Okay, we are here for the solution. So what they said, if you want to take this VM for use case, let me add one more point over here. Like, let me say that in the building of my stage, I'm saying that please, I need a one EC2 instance, right, with 4 GB of RAM, right? Then afterwards, I need Ubuntu operating system for my Linux operating system as a for the development, right? Then I'm saying that hard disk I need for storage, right? That is EBS in AWS. They'll say that my requirement is 50 GB, right? This is my requirement. Then I book this. Then they are saying that there is two options available from AWS for the payments. They say that go with the on-demand prices because the reason I'm going for the first stage of my application, right? As an organization, always I'll be looking for the development, right? So in this case, I will say that please go with the on-demand prices, as I mentioned. On-demand prices that let's say for the development, I'm making one schedule, right? Let's say for the development team will work on 8 hours, like organization, right? 8 hours per day. So they say that you can start this EC2 instance 8 hours, like in the first hour, then you can close it 8 hours. Okay, after your 8 hours is completion, the charges will be only for 8 hours resources used. Okay, EBS there'll be always, but it will be optimal. It will be like within $0.00 something else. So it's not much chargeable. But they say that on-demand prices will be referred this one. Only charges applicable for you when you are using this instance. They are quoting like per hour. Okay, all the cloud providers are in the same scenario. They have different payment scale, but they are going with the same scale. Okay, so now if you check it over here, I thought in the mind in the yesterday, right? Let's say I have decided today, tomorrow I'm going to start on one project for the development of my own application, right? Awesome application. Then quickly I said that I have discussed with Arshad or somebody else and discussed that whatever the resources we required for application. Then he said that sir, we required 4 GB RAM and I required OBS or sorry Ubuntu operating system on that Linux operating system to be installed on that EC2 instance. Then I required 50 GB hard disk. That's the more than enough. I required only for currently, let's say, one EC2 instance, right? So now the thought is coming for me that now which option you're going with this, cloud computing or purchasing the server. Purchasing server, if you agreed also, let's say I'm having my own setup, I'll keep everything in my own setup, I'll take care of everything. Then also it takes minimum delivery time of the 3 months. Okay, and for this, in minutes, just create your account. Within 2 minutes, you can create your EC2 instance VM machine on your EC2 instance, right? For the AWS. If you're going with any different provider, also is the same. Okay. So this conventional way, which was headache for the organization, for any organization, everyone they found the solution with cloud computing. Cloud computing is solving all the problem which was there for the related to infrastructure with security aspect also, right? Let's say security wise, how to secure security, like preventing DDoS with multiple attacks, right? Prevention. Hmm? and reverse proxy also they have started over this, right? This multi-value which we will discuss in AWS deep dive in with go to that point. Okay, so you got my point what they have done to this industry. After that, all the related to competitors jumped in the market. Okay, everyone, AWS, hmm, Azure, one of the leading provided by Microsoft, right? Then you have Google, GCP from the Google, right? Then you have IBM. Then you have Oracle Cloud. Then you have GoDaddy. Then you have Linode, right? These are the major players. There are multiple. You'll find hundred or thousand of X now, but majority of them. One more is there Alibaba, which is also very famous. Alibaba from the China. Okay, Alibaba. So if you find over here, this all this organization they are providing this cloud computing solutions to the IT industry with the terms of certifications. Also, you can make the contract with them. You can the organization who was using conventional the existing VM, right, virtual machines or the servers in their own premises, right, on premises. When somebody is referring you for hosting like on premises, that means they are hosting their as own server in their organization, right? They have the physical server available, right, in their organization, right, physical server on their organization, and they are maintaining everything. They are responsible for everything, right? Everything part they are this organization is responsible. Okay, they have a big team for the maintenance. This comes for the own problems. Whatever you see over this part, right, everyone is switching now to the cloud. Okay, with a definite time you'll find that every company is going with the cloud option only. The reason, as I mentioned, that is a cost optimization, highly available, highly maintained, secured, right? Multi-zone availability is available, right? If I want to start sitting in India, right? If one more use case, if I tell you that, being ASIM organization, right? If I say that ASIM is going to start, ASIM is going to provide a service in US, let's say go with this use case also. So what I need to do it if I'm not going with the cloud computing, then I need to order one a server in US. I need to deliver one server in US. I want infrastructure in US. I need a one team in US to maintain that. I need a complete infrastructure, whatever I require, like electricity, air conditioning, everything I required in US. But where I'm presently in India, does it convenient for me to make a one physical machine booking, ordering, and making a installed or configured in US is highly impossible. But going with the cloud computing solution, you can configure any server in any region, sitting in India or any XYZ region remotely. Okay, this solution this provide you one more enhancement that this is more flexible. This can provide you overall global. Okay, wherever you are working, you can install any virtual machine in that region and you can provide the service in that region only. For example, let's quote is that my application is application, right? My application is Google, right? So Google is available globally, right? Google is globally. So what happened? They have configured or deployed their application is all the area. Let's say USA, India. So multi-zone options, right? Multi-zone deployment to minimize the latency of their application. Highly available in the application. India, China, Pakistan, you'll find everywhere the Google is installed. Whichever location, if I'm accessing Google from India, then from south, like from Mumbai, they have a one zone. From there, I'm accessing all the data from the Google, okay? Instead of USC. That reduces your operating cost also, right? The data is transferring from your nearest region. Instead of accessing from USA or China, I'm fetching all the data from the browser, like Chrome or somewhere else, from locally, that is India. So you got one point. You have any issue or you're facing any difficulty in understanding this point? So I can go more deep down. Anyone? So if I go over here, this already lies to say that before there was like this, right? You need to get one room, you need to install all the networking tool, you need to install the virtual machine, then you need to configure your operating system, then you need to install the firewalls, you need to install the routers. This was a very big headache. Now every solution is remotely. This is not our headache. The cloud provider will take care of everything. Only on the deployment of that servers, right? Virtual machine, you are responsible. Okay, that part also we will be covering now. Okay, what does it provide you? The cloud provide distributing computer environment. It share all the resources among the users and workers very fast. As I mentioned, that it will provide you low latency, right? Quickly you can access anywhere EC2 instance or any cloud computing server from remotely. Okay, it's provide you high availability and readability. As I mentioned, that it is provided on the globally in every zone you will find their hosted regions. Okay, this and that is maintained 24 into 7. Okay, even they make it backup periodically also. And let's say we have configured in India, so multi-region option is available. Even I can clone that same thing in US also to make it backup in case of disaster, like in a currently is going in the Telangana and Andhra Pradesh, right? There is a flood. So at that time, assume that our data center is center of that is filled up with water. Your application got collapsed and everything. At that time, what happened? That there is a one more backup region was available, right? We already used one more. For example, we used like US, right? At that time, all the data transfer will be up automatically if our AP or Telangana region, right? AP South. For example, I'm saying there is no data center over here. There is only one data center available from Amazon, that is Hyderabad, but that is not for public. Okay, still they are going with the enhancement state. For India, there is only one, which is AP South one, right? That is available. I think it's nearby Mumbai or Delhi. That is very secure. Even you cannot locate where the servers are because they are storing everything, right? Data, everything. So this is how they make the cloud providing, for example, AWS, to make it secure everything. You never know where their exact location. Okay. So high scalable, even if I say that my resources, which I've said in the initial stage, I required 4 GB RAM and a 50 GB hard disk. Then let's say my application got enhancement, right? We added more feature to it. Suddenly, my development team or the cloud engineer or the DevOps engineer, they'll come and say that the resources are excluding, right? As the same for the laptop, right? Sometimes if you want to install any application, heavy application like gaming, something else, your laptop will get a lot of issues like slow service, slow performance, struck everything. The same happens with the virtual machine also. When your resources are getting consumed, right, based on the requirement highly more than 80%, then at the time you have to go for vertical scaling. Vertical scaling refer to that instead of 4 GB RAM, we'll switch back to 8 GB RAM. Instead of 50 GB hard disk, we'll go for 80, 100 disk, 100 hard disk we will add. So this also is providing easily. So just you can stop your server or while running also, you can just start increase your resources, then you can reboot that. So all the effects will take within 1 minute. Okay, for the backup it will take 5 to 10 minutes. Okay, so this is very easily provided by all the cloud providers. Okay, let's say device and location, I say independent, you can configure anywhere, right? Maintenance, they are maintaining low cost. I mentioned that this is on demand and the fixed prices are available. If you're going for like family discount, then even you can find it. This I will be covering, don't worry, right? The as you models, as I say that you have even API solutions also, this is fine. Now if you're coming for the type of cloud, which I say that we are discussing about the cloud company AWS and everything, we are we are discussing about the public cloud. Okay, the private cloud refers to, as I mentioned, this is for AWS, right? If you're going for AWS, right? Private cloud refer to on the on premises, right? On that means in the organization itself, they have all the VMs installed, right? Servers. Okay, on the VM you will make it. You can call it server, VM, doesn't matter. It's referred to one. Hybrid cloud. Some organization even like the old organization, right? Let's say TCS, for example, right? They are working from years, so many years, right? 40 years, 50 years. So they have on premises also. Okay, even they have cloud computing, right? AWS or any another remote cloud providers. So in that organization, some of the applications running on the both. So some data will be stored over here, some even they have stored using public cloud. So the combination of this combination of these two will be the hybrid cloud. Okay, this is person. The community cloud, actually this is a different aspect which is not recommended by anyone, but still I will cover that point also, right? So let's go and check it out. Advantage of public, I say that it's owned by lower cost, private and hybrid. Compared to the everything, public cloud is very reasonable. But AWS, Azure, or something else, which is trending now, adopted by all the IT industries for the application. Okay. So disadvantage is something it's more less secure. Resources shared publicly, but doesn't mean that your application is secure. There is a lot of services provided by cloud provider to overcome these issues. Okay, this is fine. Uh, Private cloud, as I mentioned, that organization is hosting in their premises, right, on their infrastructure. So it's more secure to them, okay, compared to this option. But still, there is enhancements has been done, but this also overcome with the timely, okay. So now you'll find this also secure, this also secure. But mostly, if you want to go with this, you have to host your own servers in your organization, okay. But end of the day, depend on the organization how they can manage with the cost optimization budgeting of your applications, okay. Now, in this case, as I say, hybrid is a combination of public cloud and the cloud. They will use the resources of 50% from AWS or somewhere else, right? And they will use all the database stored on their local premises. Okay. So the community cloud is also system to accessible but globally of several organizations to share information between organizations specific community. So at that time, what happened? Let's say I have ASIM, right? ASIM organization. In that, I have multiple organizations. Let's say I have IT company, then I have e-commerce company which is looking for sales. I have one construction company. Okay. So at that time, what I will do it, I'll make one server, right? Or the one hybrid model. In that, I will make community wise so that all the organization can come share the resources. So on that virtual machine, what I will do, I will install hypervisor or virtual machines, right? Oracle virtual box. Then I will distribute to multiple organization within my organization or different organization. I'll say that please come take the resources the same as per your requirement, and you start you are doing everything. So we'll have a one contract with all the team members, like all the organization which we are sharing this cloud, community cloud, okay. And we will decide that you resource, you take this resources, you take these resources, you take this resource. But this is not requirement, but there is a one option to minimize, this thing. As I mentioned that this community cloud is not a good choice for every organization. Security features are not good as a private cloud, as I mentioned. It is not suitable if there is no collaboration. End of the day, something mischief is happening, then this can be a disaster. So at that time, if your organization has a multiple sister companies, okay, let's say any Tata company, they have Tata TCS, Tata Steel, Tata Inc. At that time, they may go with the option, but depend on their security and everything, right? So this thing. Now, if you're going for the three models, as I say that this is a very important topic, which will be having for the interview prospect, you'll be facing this immediate questions. So what are the models available infrastructure as service, okay. So there is a three models, try to remember IPS, okay. So don't worry, infrastructure as service, okay. Everything behind us is as service, okay, as a service, as a service. So if you see this three part, this is three differentiate, okay. Infrastructure as service, that means we are taking only resources from them. That means I'm taking 4 GB RAM, right, okay? 4 GB RAM, then I'm taking 2 CPU, right, virtual machine, then I'm taking 10 GB RAM storage, for example, right. I'm taking this only infrastructure from AWS. Okay. On that, I can do anything, right? I can install any DevOps tools. I can install Grafana, I can install Ubuntu, I can install Docker, right? Everything. So in this case, when I'm taking this only resources from them, so that's called as infrastructure as a resource, as service, sorry, right? So AWS is providing only infrastructure to me. I'm going with this option as. So I'm taking resource, then I'm converting that into web server or any database server, anything else, right? So this platform, in this case, I'm using this model that is known as infrastructure as services. Okay, this I will show you difference also. Don't worry about that. Hope this answers to you for this case, right? So if I'm going with another option, right? Platform of service. At that time, what they will do it, they will install same thing. They will install the software in that, and they will give you with the resource. Okay. So what they will do it, I will show you everything. Let's say I require 4 GB, right? As I said that I require 10 GB of hard disk, 2 GB of this one, right? So at that time, what will happen? They will say that, okay, I'm going for the platform of services. The one more option is the Beanstalk. Okay, Beanstalk is the one services provided by AWS. Okay, Beanstalk, which we will cover. Don't worry about that. At that time, what happened? Bring your code of any application. Let's say Node.js application you have written. Okay, bring your code, upload your code into Beanstalk. Okay, AWS will look over with the resources. Whatever resources you required behind the Beanstalk to be up and running always, they will match everything. They will select the EC2 instance type. Okay, They will select the RAM, they will select the CPU, they will select the what is available, and they will scale up based on your requirement. This type of thing, what happened? They are making one platform, right? Their beach stack is a service platform. On that you are hosting everything, right? In this you no need to install any operating system, right? Just you have to select which operating system is there with the drop down, right? There'll be one drop down button. With that you have to select. You need to no need to select RAM, CPU, and everything. AWS will take care everything. Okay, this is a solution provided by them, but the charges for this is compared to a this. If the charges is like this, the charges will be bit more for this because they are looking for complete solution, right? So just to upload, they will take care of. B stack where it is used, if you check out when you're going for a prototype. Okay, so let's say you are making one prototype for your client, like for the initial presentation. At that time, they will make one code and they will deploy on the Beanstalk, and that presentation will be given to the clients. Okay, for the presentation. So prototyping type they will use for the Beanstalk, right? Or different. Even you can go with a RDS also, right? Rational database. So what they will do it at the time complete, right? What they will do it, they will use database. They will pre-configure database inside the AWS service RDS. Okay, they will take care of resources. Here we have to take care of the resources. You got my point. Here we have to take care of resources: CPU, RAM, storage, okay, operating system, whatever. Here you no need to do that. The AWS will take care of everything. Behind that, just you have to select which type of database you are going to use. Let's say MySQL or Postgres. Okay, based on your load, whenever you are increasing your data inside your database. Sorry, I'm referring to this. When you are installing database, uh, with that, then it will scale up based on that. This is come as platform of service. They are given the platform, bring your software, bring your code, bring your anything, deploy on that one. Okay, so these charges are a bit high compared to IaaS. Okay, so for example, as I mentioned that software programmer. As I mentioned that cloud provider, right? Cloud computing platform is created for programmer to develop, test, run, and manage application. As I mentioned that here, right? This is for the test prototyping, right? As I mentioned, the platform servers, for example, if I'm going with the Bean stack, then this is for prototyping. Okay, prototyping in that you will bring everything data, right? You will develop, test, run, and manage your application. As I mentioned that. Okay. So if you're going with the software services in the sense in which application hosted by the cloud service provider, you can access this services immediately. Okay. So at that came, I will explain that also with the example, right? Okay, let me on one more. We have two.
So
Yeah,
sorry for the disturbance.
yeah.
So as per your analysis, you are saying that so the AWS will comes under the IaaS only, no, infrastructure as service only.
Providing three services. AWS is providing infrastructure as services, SaaS services, and PaaS services. Whichever you require, you have to access from there. Even all the cloud providers, including Google, including Azure, they are providing all the services. Okay, which I will be covering. Don't worry, I will show you what will be the service for that, what will be service for this. Okay, so before you proceed, you have to analyze what kind of service you required. Okay, let's say for example, let me give one more example, right? What this is Google meeting we are hosting, right? Google meeting. Okay,
Hmm.
what kind of service this Google is providing to us? If you go for the analysis, I'll give you this example, hope you'll get all the information, right? So let me zoom this so I can answer you. Okay, let me, this will give you the moon. Okay, so as when I say that we are responsible for the application. As I say that AWS will provide virtualization, right? As I say EC2 instance, they will provide you server, storage, and networking. As I mentioned, right? On that, what we have to do? We have to install any Ubuntu EC2 instance. I'm referring to. Okay, let's say EC2 instance, right? This is EC2 instance. This is VM in AWS, right? If you call Azure, there is EC2. If you go for GCP, Google, then Google Compute Engine, right? Compute Engine. Okay, compute engine, right? So they will provide you virtualization, that means EC2 instance, server, storage, and network. On that we will install Ubuntu operating system or Windows operating system, a Red Hat, right? Any operating system, it can be CentOS, everything. Before that, in middleware, we can install runtime, data, whatever you're doing inside this infrastructure, we are responsible. This about when I'm saying the platform, this is more concern about the responsibilities we are going to handle. Okay, if you're going with the as, then AWS is not responsible what you're going to host on this, right? We never know what kind of data you are going to store on this virtual machine, right? You got my point. Virtual machine, so you are responsible, but AWS will make sure that this is highly available, the servers every time, 24 into 7, right? The storage, they will make sure that it does not break down. The networking, they'll make sure that is secured, right? But this is have this two way. Even if you're configuring firewall, then you have to look out over that, but it will provide you high latency, sorry, low latency, that means high performance, right? Storage, okay. On top of that, you are responsible for this part, okay. If I'm going with the pass, okay, I'm not responsible everything. Runtime, AWS will be responsible. Middleware, operating system, they will install, right? Virtualization, they will do it. Everything they will do. As I mentioned, that is a bean stack, right? In the bean stack, I'm not going to install Ubuntu inside that, okay. Just I'm saying that I will upload my code inside this platform. This is a bean stack, is a service from AWS, okay, for example, right? So in that only just I will upload one code, right? AWS will decide what kind of VM is required, what kind of virtualization and what kind of storage is required for this application to be hosted. This will be taking of everything. If we am going for SaaS, then the provider is responsible for everything. Okay. Now the switch for your answer is that we are hosting the meeting on the Google Meet, right? So what we have done, what I have done is I have used my link and I have created one meeting, right?
Yes, sir.
Is my headache that I'm going to maintain this meeting backend resources? No, right? If 10 student joins, right? Okay, the resources behind this is a headache of Google, right? They have to make sure this meeting does not get interrupted, right? It has to be better performance in 10 student. If it is 100 student also, it has to perform very well, right? So who is responsible for this? I'm a user or the Google? Google is responsible, right? Google is
Yes,
responsible to make this software also secure, right? So if when you are joining this, you might receive sometime stating that please wait for acceptance of this Google meeting, right? Acceptance. So somebody, the client who is hosting this meeting, they have to accept this, right? So even the inside this Google Meet, if you will check over here, what we are finding audio, right? Video, right? Sharing, even chart is available. You can send me chart on this, right? Even CC is there, right? Which convert your online translation, right? It will compare whatever you are going. I'm speaking. It will be translated if you check CC. So this everything, it is one service behind this. This is maintained by Google. So what I'm doing, this is not my end, right? I'm coming in the Google. I'm taking a service, Google Meet. That's it. So who is responsible for this? The Google is responsible. This comes in software as service. Now, if I'm going for the commercial of Google Meet, right? This is the free version which I'm using now currently. I'm going for the commercial way, then I have to pay for the service, right? I have to take for this complete for the for services, right? For the, let's say, for the organization package, right? They have community edition in the pricing, which I'm using free tier, right? Currently, I'm not paying anything. If I want for my organization, right, I have to go with the what? Google Workspace. If you're aware of this, Google Workspace is a paid version. Same way, they are providing email and everything, drive everything with the secured way. Even they will sign you one agreement stating that your data will be secured, right? Secured and anything happen with your data, this organization Google is responsible. If you, they will be sued back. If somebody sues us as an organization, we will say that this is responsibility of who? AWS, AWS or Google, who is providing you the software, his responsibility. So you have to back him, sue him also, right? So this kind of thing is providing. If you're taking more service from the provider, end of the day, you're going to pay more. Okay. If I'm going with the free version, then I'm paying nothing. If I'm going for the paid version, then I have to pay, right? So this solution is provided by this all the cloud provider. Okay. Hope that answers you and clear your doubt also, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, it's
If
clear.
you're going for the on-site conventional way, as I say, I'm bringing virtual machine, I'm storing in my organization. In this case, you are responsible to handle a single thing. This is a headache which cloud computing solve with the solution as PaaS and SaaS. You got my point? This was a very headache because you required a resource, one admin you required who has very good knowledge on the servers. So it was called as server admin. Okay. Then you required one networking engineer who has very good networking knowledge, who can do everything, right? And one 24 into 7, one security guard to make sure that this room is not get by unauthorized person to get inside and do any mischief things, right? And updating, patching, everything. Even one of the important clause aspect, let you know that, which we will be covering whenever you are going to install any cloud. Let's say we are taking a one VM from any provider. Okay, for my example, AWS, right? So if you are taking anything software from AWS, I'm taking one EC2 instance, right? I'm conferring this EC2 instance in the time of August, right? This is August. So in every 3 months, they will give it with the new updates. Okay. You just go and use apt upgrade command, right? Based on your operating system, apt upgrade. So all the packages which were installed with this EC2 instance, that will be updated every time. Okay. Let's say in the current version is 1.2, right? Of Ubuntu operating system, for example. Ubuntu operating system is provided by AWS only, right? They are conferring inside that and that one. That I will cover, don't worry. But for example, I'm quoting, suddenly they found that there is something mischievous happening that has been reported in the Ubuntu, right? Ubuntu operating system. Immediately they'll come with the version 1.3. Okay. And they will prompt you in the Linux operating system when we are working, when we are accessing using SSH, right? They will say that update is available. Please update yourself. Using one command, within 2 minutes or something, you can upgrade whatever the latest patches is done. This part is known as patching. Okay. This we will cover. What do you mean by patching management, right? So end of the day, you will update all your softwares or your whatever you are hosting. Your cloud computing is solving all the problem which was there for the related to infrastructure with security aspect also, right? Let's say security wise, how to secure security, right? Preventing DDoS with multiple attacks, right? Prevention. Hmm. And reverse proxy also they have started over this, right? This multiple way which we will discuss in AWS deep dive when we go to that point. Okay. So you got my point what they have done to this industry. After that, all the related to competitors jumped in the market. Okay. Everyone. AWS, hmm, Azure, one of the leading provided by Microsoft, right? Then you have Google, GCP from the Google, right? Then you have IBM, then you have Oracle Cloud, then you have GoDaddy, then you have Linode, right? These are the major players. There are multiple. You'll find hundred or thousand of X now, but majority of them. One more is there Alibaba, which is also very famous. Alibaba from the China. Okay. Alibaba. So if you find over here, this all this organization they are providing this cloud computing solutions to the IT industry with the terms of certifications. Also, you can make the contract with them. You can create the new account, provide them, and what they are doing. One more thing, they are encouraging for the startups. When you create the account as an organization of ASIM organization, right? They will provide you free dollars also 300 USD dollars for let's say for 3 months for your development, right? As a startup, they require bonus this terms of you Amazon. Even Azure provides you to around as my previous experience, right? Azure provides you $200. Okay, but you have to register as the organization with company email and everything details you have to provide over there, right? Which domain you're working. You're if you're working in AI, as I remember in my previous organization, in this organization which I have been working, we receive an invitation for almost let's say 10,000 USD dollar offer, right? For AI startup. If you're working on AI, any project, they are ready to fund you like $1,000, 10, sorry, thousand I have mentioned, right? It is $10,000. They are ready to fund you, but there are the different stages for that to communicate and clear all the interviews, and you have to give the architecture of your project, and you have to say that what problem you are going to solve, or the what solution you are providing, what enhancements you are providing in IIT AI solutions. Okay, so you got my point. How they are encouraging these cloud providers. Today, what we are going to see what is the virtualization, how it is achieved in the real time scenario, and what were the difficulties we are facing in this adoption of virtualization. Also, virtualization is adopted using your hypervisor software, right? Hypervisor is kind of hypervisor which will virtualize your servers, right? Server or the machine, making usable of different operating system you can configure on that. Okay, VMware is a provider, right? It's software. Okay, so in let's go and have a discussion over here. Okay, let's say we have four projects, right? Four project team as I mentioned over here. If you check this, let me clear everything. Okay, this is the first team project. Okay, second project, third project, fourth project. Okay, so first project requirement came for us is that we require 10 CPU, right? 10 CPU, and we require 10 GB of RAM, and let's say we are required 10 GB of RAM and 10 GB of storage. Okay, 10 GB of storage. Okay, we require 10 GB of storage. When the same requirement came from the four projects, right? We have only one virtual machine, which is physical server, which is located in our on premises. And we are discussing about physical servers. Okay, on premises. That means it's available in our organization or in our offices, right? Promises. Now, in this case, let's say virtual engineer or any specified platform engineer, what they are supposed to do is that they will install. We have a IBM, that is a virtual machine which we bought from the company IBM, and that is coming with 100 CPU, for example, right, and 1000 GB RAM and 1000 GB hard disk. Right. End of this day, our requirement is for the multiple project, so we cannot allocate one machine to multiple project, right? In this case, we will ended up buying four virtual machines, right? Sorry, four VMs, or you can say four servers from IBM. So what we got at the point is that then the virtualization came in the mind. Okay, so instead of buying all the physical servers from IBM 4, we will buy only one physical server from IBM, right? And we will install hypervisor on that, and we will make four virtual machines on these physical servers. Okay, the physical machine. Okay, so this virtual machine came by that end. Okay, so now at the point when we have these resources allocated to this machine, we will use virtual machine. Hypervisor, right? We will use hypervisor, and the hypervisor is VMware. Using VMware, we will divide this as per our requirement. We will create multiple virtual machine. Okay, the resources what we have over here, this is uh, this is of this machine, right? But the requirement is of 10 CPU, 10 GB RAM, and 10 hard disk. Okay, so what we are doing on this top of this, okay, top of this machine, right? Let me add this one more blank. Top of this machine resources, right, we are installing the hypervisor, right? We're using virtual machine, and we are making virtualization of our physical server which is available in our organization, right? So for that, we are allocating the minimum requirement is that you have to go with the four CPU, right? Minimum of four CPU and 20 GB hard disk. We have to allocate minimum of this requirement. Okay, so we have done for example three, right? We are going with three options. We are given three virtual machines now on our one physical server. Okay, once physical server is available, we did three virtual machine. This three virtual machine we will allocate to different projects. Okay, three projects we are allocating these three machines with the resources required is 10, 10, 10, right? But what we have done, that is a limitation with the hypervisor VMware, that you can go with the minimum 4 GB RAM. So we are ended up giving 10 GB RAM as per the requirement, but they require 10 GB of hard disk, but the limitation is that we have minimum 20 GB of you have to allocate. At the time we are giving resources extra to them, right, to the team. Instead of 10 we are giving 20. This is a limitation. Okay, at the time what happened, the 10 GB of the storage that is over allocated because of the limitation, that is unusable, that is wasted of your resources to the team. So at that time, if you are going virtualization of 10 right? That means you wasting your 100 GB of your resources. Okay, this is how you achieved. And after achieving this thing, what we achieve is that in the real-time scenario, you can install any operating system in different virtual machine. For here, you can install Ubuntu. Okay, on this, let me just minimize this, right? On this, you can install CentOS, right? On this, you can install any another Linux operating system. Okay, Kali Linux or another operating system. This is how you achieve on one physical server. You can install multiple operating system using virtualization. Hope you got my answer. You these details, right? Basit, hope you're understanding very well, right? With the server, a physical server, how you are achieving the virtualization. Right, Jasmine? Am I audible to you guys?
Yeah, hi.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Jasmine, today we have started already the session. 20 minutes has been passed. So the topic today is about the virtualization. Okay, and we will go deep down into AWS services. So I'll give you
Okay.
quickly the overview what we have discussed. Okay, so in our use case in the last session, what we have discussed is that what is the difference between the physical server and the virtual server, and how the cloud computing is there. Okay, we have discussed this already. The recording has been shared. The cloud computing, if you're referencing to that, it's basically the resources which you are accessing remotely, and it is hosted in XYZ region, right? So this is the basic introduction of the cloud computing. Now the topic which we are discussing is about the physical servers. Okay, the physical servers, what we were facing the hustle, right? Let's say for the example, we purchase a one IBM server, right? From the IBM we have purchased one physical server, right? And we have four project teams, different teams working, and the requirement came from us. It's we required for the project the machine of one physical machine or any virtual machine we required of 10 CPU and 10 GB hard disk and 10 GB of RAM, right? So this is for a use case, and we receive this request for, let's say we are entertaining only for three teams. Okay, so we receive the request from the three teams with these specifications. Okay, now the endpoint is that we have to fulfill the requirement, right? We have only one machine we have purchased from IBM. Okay, this is traditional way which was doing before moving to cloud computing, right? But how they achieve this, how we are going to solve these issues for these three projects and allocating these three resources. Okay, what we have, what we receive the requirement, and that with the virtual machine which we have, sorry, the real time physical machine which we have in our on premises is of 100 CPU, for example. Okay, 1000 RAM and 1000 GB hard disk. Okay, on top of that we are going with a hypervisor, right? Virtualization of we are using virtualization software, that is VMware or VirtualBox, to make it virtualization of your physical server into multiple virtual machines on your physical server. Okay, so the minimum requirement, if you want to make a virtual of your any machine, right? Even if you give example for your laptop or any physical server, there is a requirement that you have to minimum allocate resources are 4 GB RAM and 20 GB of the storage. Okay, so in our use case, in the requirement, we receive 10 CPU. That can be entertained because this is more than the minimum requirement, right? To the virtualization. This we will be fulfilling. Okay, this is we are fulfilling our requirement. But this, in this case, they are saying the storage I required 10 GB itself. Okay, but the minimum virtualization requirement is that you have to make it minimum storage of 20 GB. Okay, for this use case, we are exceeding 10 GB of storage access to the project teams. Okay, so what we are going to achieve, 10 by 20 over here. Okay, requirement was 10 by 10. Okay, if you check it over here, 10 GB of RAM, 10 GB of hard disk, right? So but we are exceeding with the 10 by 20, and for this we are providing for these three teams. And at the time, what we are going to achieve with this hypervisor and the virtualization is that you are going to provide different three virtual machine on top of one physical server. Okay, one physical machine. Okay, and we are going to allocate these to different teams. this we are going to provide to one team. Okay, we are going to allocate this virtual machine to this team, this to this team, and this to this team. Okay, but the resources we are giving some 10 GB of extra we are giving to them. Okay, but this was the traditional way which we were using hypervisor. We are going to allocate resources as per the project. Now after the allocation of this project, this virtual machine control will be with the team 1 project, this 2 will be team 2, this will be control of this the team. Okay, the team 1 project team 1, they are responsible to install OS on this machine. Okay, for use case they may install Ubuntu. Okay, they'll be working fine, doesn't depend on this one. Okay, because we have mounted hypervisor top of that. Okay, so this give liability or control for you to install any operating system on this virtual machines which we have configured just using virtual hypervisor. Okay, so on this you can install CentOS, you can install one more Linux operating system based on your use case. This how the traditional was achieved before this cloud computing came. Okay, just an overview. Now for the use case, let's say one more use case I can add just for making you for to have overview. Okay, so in our use case, let's say we have a laptop. I have a laptop, right? For that laptop, I have 16 GB of RAM and I have 500 GB of hard disk, right, on my laptop. Okay. In this use case, I'm using Windows, which you can see that Windows operating system is installed. Now, I want for my practice, I want Linux also. So okay, Linux operating, but this is not possible because on one machine you can install only one operating system. To in order to receive this request and to proceed and to have both operating system on my this laptop, then I have to go with hypervisor. Okay, so what I will do it, I will take one hypervisor from VMware, and I will install VMware on my laptop. On that laptop, when the hypervisor VM is installed, then I can create multiple virtual machine on my laptop using within the being within this limitation of the resources. Okay, so if my for one, as I mentioned that, right. Uh, as I mentioned that to create one virtual machine on this, I required minimum of 4 GB of allocation of RAM, right? 4 GB of RAM and minimum 20 GB of hard disk. Okay, this can be increased, but minimum. So at the time, how many virtual machine I can make? I can make only 4 virtual machines. Okay, on my this laptop based on our use case. Okay, let's say if I'm making 4 virtual machine, I can install 4 different operating system on my laptop. Okay, one Windows is already exist, so I can configure that. Linux I can install. Let's say Ubuntu I can install. Okay, if I want to add more 2 virtual machines, then at that time I can add CentOS and the Kali Linux on top of that. Okay, if you're going for the virtualization of your laptop, then with this you can achieve in this way. Okay, so this software is VMware, which you can use it, right? This is open source also, and it's a paid version. Even VirtualBox also is available. A VirtualBox, by using these two softwares, right, you can virtualize your laptop also. Hope that is clear to everyone. This is how the virtual concept came with this one. Okay, so let me add this style also.
And these we are talking about the bare metal machines, right?
Yeah, but just for the use case, I'm discussing about the machine which
Ah,
is available in our premises, how the virtual concept came. Okay, so let's
okay.
go
Are we
now.
also going to be having the sort of a real-time migration from on-prem to cloud?
No, we are not going to have the real time because we don't have the
Okay.
physical servers, right? We can have the concept discussed, but no, this not be covered in our day. Okay, so if you're going for the laptop, how we can virtualize this part? I have just give the demo that we can achieve using any hypervisor, VMware, or any kind of virtual box, making virtualization of your resources of your on your laptop. Okay, now this concept, this is basically to the covering of physical servers. Okay, now if you're going for the cloud computing, this everything will be handled by AWS. Okay, so hope this answers. So let's go for the next topic which we have for AWS. Okay, now when we are talking about AWS, okay, now talking about AWS, So AWS, what they have done, using the bare metal, right? On that, they have some physical server in XYZ region, like Mumbai or globally they have, right? So what they have done, they have achieved this virtualization in their in right in their database center. So what they have done, they have installed all the hypervisor. They have made this kind of spacing blocking for different virtualizations, right? Whenever I'm going to create one EC2 instance, right? One EC2 instance request came from India, from Hyderabad. So for me, the nearest is Mumbai. Okay, so Mumbai. So what will happen when I am giving the request for creation of one EC2 instance was for any XYZ reason, right? I mean, 2 GB RAM, 2 GB, 2 CPU, right? And let's say 10 GB of hard disk or 20 GB of hard disk minimum, right? So this request will be entertained from the block A. Okay, for example, this will be making a request and that create one EC2 instance, that is the one virtual machine itself. Okay, you behind this they have done a lot of things. They have resources, x types of resources for this virtual machine, for this physical server. On top of that, they have installed one hypervisor, and if the request come for the second, that can be allocated over here, third can be allocated here, five can be allocated here, six. This is how they are providing the virtual machines in the real-time scenario. Okay, so this is the concept which they have achieved using virtualization hypervisor, installing hypervisor on their virtual machines, on their physical machines, right? On their physical machines, and they are providing all kind of resources, right? EC2 instance, virtual machine, what we are going to access, create a real time using their portal. They are going to provide us with this one, and this they will keep it secure in this way that this should not be disturbed by any another user. Okay, the organization who was using conventional the existing VM, right, virtual machines or the servers in their own premises, right, on premises. When somebody is referring you for hosting like on premises, that means they are hosting their as own server in their organization, right? They have the physical server available, right, in their organization, right, physical server on their organization, and they are maintaining everything. They are responsible for everything, right? Everything part, they are, this organization is responsible. Okay, they have a big team for the maintenance. This comes for the on premise. Whatever you see over this part, right, everyone is switching now to the cloud. Okay, with a definite time you'll find that every company is going with the cloud option only. The reason, as I mentioned, that is a cost optimization, highly available, highly maintained, secured, right? Multi-zone availability is available, right? If I want to start sitting in India, right? If one more use case, if I tell you that, being ASIM organization, right? If I say that ASIM is going to start, ASIM is going to provide a service in US, let's say go with this use case also. So what I need to do it, if I'm not going with the cloud computing, then I need to order one a server in US. I need to deliver one server in US. I want infrastructure in US. I need a one team in US to maintain that. I need a complete infrastructure, whatever I require, like electricity, air conditioning, everything I required in US. But where I'm presently in India, does it convenient for me to make a one physical machine booking, ordering, and making a installed or configured in US is highly impossible. But going with the cloud computing solution, you can configure any server in any region, sitting in India or any XYZ region remotely. Okay, this solution, this provide you one more enhancement, that this is more flexible. This can provide you overall global. Okay, wherever you are working, you can install any virtual machine in that region and you can provide the service in that region only. For example, let's quote is that my application, right? My application is Google, right? So Google is available globally, right? Google is globally. So what happened, they have configured or deployed their application is all the area, let's say USA, India. So multi-zone options, right? Multi-zone deployment to minimize the latency of their application, highly available in the application. India, China, Pakistan, you'll find everywhere the Google is installed. Whichever location, if I'm accessing Google from India, then from south, like from Mumbai, they have a one zone. From there, I'm accessing all the data from the Google, okay, instead of USC. That reduces your operating cost also, right? The data is transferring from your nearest region. Instead of accessing from USA or China, fetching all the data from the browser, like Chrome or somewhere else, from locally, that is India. So
Oh,
here, this already lies to say that before there was like this, right? You need to get one room, you need to install all the networking tool, you need to install the virtual machine, and then you need to configure your operating system, then you need to install the firewalls, you need to install the routers. This was a very big headache. Now every solution is remotely. It is not our headache. The cloud provider will take care of everything. Only on the deployment of that servers, right, virtual machine, you are responsible, okay. That part also we will be covering now, okay, and their security and everything, right? So this thing. Now if you're going for the three models, as I say, that this is a very important topic which will be having for the interview prospect. You'll be facing this immediate questions. So what are the models available? Infrastructure as service, okay. So there is a three models. Try to remember: IPS, okay. So don't worry. Infrastructure as service, okay. Everything behind us is as service, okay. As a service, as a service. So if you see this three part, this is three differentiate. Okay. Infrastructure as service, that means we are taking only resources from them. That means I'm taking 4 GB RAM, right? Okay. 4 GB RAM. Then I'm taking 2 CPU, right? Virtual machine. Then I'm taking 10 GB RAM storage, for example, right? I'm taking this only infrastructure from AWS. Okay. On that, I can do anything, right? I can install any DevOps tools. I can install Grafana, I can install Ubuntu, I can install Docker, right? Everything. So in this case, when I'm taking this only resources from them, so that's called as infrastructure as a resource, as service, sorry, right? So AWS is providing only infrastructure to me. I'm going with this option as. So I'm taking resource, then I'm converting that into web server or any database server, anything else, right? So this platform, in this case, I'm using this model that is known as infrastructure as services. Okay, this I will show you difference also. Don't worry about that. Hope this answers to you for this case, right? So if I'm going with another option, right? Platform of service. At that time, what they will do it, they will install same thing. They will install the software in that, and they will give you with the resource. Okay. So what they will do it, I will show you everything. Let's say I require 4 GB, right? As I said that I require 10 GB of hard disk, 2 GB of this one, right? So at that time, what will happen? They will say that, okay, I'm going for the platform of services. The one more option is the Beanstalk. Okay, Beanstalk is the one services provided by AWS. Okay, Beanstalk, which we will cover. Don't worry about that. At that time, what happened? Bring your code of any application. Let's say Node.js application you have written. Okay, bring your code, upload your code into Beanstalk. Okay, AWS will look over with the resources. Whatever resources you required behind the Beanstalk to be up and running always, they will match everything. They will select the EC2 instance type. Okay, they will select the RAM, they will select the CPU, they will select the disk available, and they will scale up based on your requirement. This type of thing, what happened? They are making one platform, right? Their beach stack is a service platform. On that, you are hosting everything, right? In this, you no need to install any operating system, right? Just you have to select which operating system is there with the drop down, right? There'll be one drop down button. With that, you have to select. You need to no need to select RAM, CPU, and everything. AWS will take care everything. Okay, this is a solution provided by them, but the charges for this is compared to a this. If the charges is like this, the charges will be bit more for this because they are looking for complete solution, right? So just to upload, they will take care of. B stack where it is used, if you check out when you're going for a prototype. Okay, so let's say you are making one prototype for your client, like for the initial presentation. At that time, they will make one code and they will deploy on the Beanstalk, and that presentation will be given to the clients, okay, for the presentation. So prototyping type they will use for the Beanstalk, right? Or different. Even you can go with this will give you the moon, okay. So as when I say that we are responsible for the application. As I say that AWS will provide virtualization, right? As I say EC2 instance, they will provide you server, storage, and networking, as I mentioned, right? On that, what we have to do, we have to install any Ubuntu EC2 instance I'm referring to. Okay. let's say EC2 instance, right? This is EC2 instance. This is VM in AWS, right? If you call Azure, there is EC2. If you go for GCP, Google, then Google Compute Engine, right? Compute Engine. Okay, compute engine, right? So they will provide you virtualization, that means EC2 instance, server, storage, and network. On that we will install Ubuntu operating system or Windows operating system, a Red Hat, right? Any operating system, it can be CentOS, everything. Before that, in middleware, we can install runtime, data, whatever you're doing inside this infrastructure, we are responsible. This about when I'm saying the platform, this is more concern about the responsibilities we are going to handle. Okay, if you're going with the as, then AWS is not responsible what you're going to host on this, right? We never know what kind of data you are going to store on this virtual machine, right? You got my point. Virtual machine, so you are responsible, but AWS will make sure that this is highly available, the servers every time, 24 into 7, right? The storage, they will make sure that it does not break down. The networking, they'll make sure that is secured, right? But this is have this two way. Even if you're configuring firewall, then you have to look out over that, but it will provide you high latency, sorry, low latency, that means high performance, right? Storage. Okay, on top of that, you are responsible for this part. Okay, if I'm going with the pass, okay, I'm not responsible everything. Runtime, AWS will be responsible. Middleware, operating system, they will install, right? Virtualization, they will do it. Everything they will do. As I mentioned, that is a bean stack, right? In the bean stack, I'm not going to install Ubuntu inside that. Okay, just I'm saying that I will upload my code inside this platform. This is a bean stack, is a service from AWS. Okay, for example, right? So in that only just I will upload one code, right? AWS will decide what kind of VM is required, what kind of virtualization and what kind of storage is required for this application to be hosted. This will be taking of everything. If we am going for SaaS, then the provider is responsible for everything. Okay. Now the switch for your answer is that we are hosting the meeting on the Google Meet, right? So what we have done, what I have done is I have used my link and I have created one meeting, right?
Yes, sir.
Is my headache that I'm going to maintain this meeting backend resources? No, right? If 10 student joins, right? Okay, the resources behind this is a headache of Google, right? They have to make sure this meeting does not get interrupted, right? It has to be better performance in 10 student. If it is 100 student also, it has to perform very well, right? So who is responsible for this? I'm a user or the Google? Google is responsible, right? Google is
Yes, yes.
responsible to make this software also secure, right? So if when you are joining this, you might receive sometime stating that please wait for acceptance of this Google meeting, right? Acceptance. So somebody, the client who is hosting this meeting, they have to accept this, right? So even the inside this Google Meet, if you will check over here, what we are finding audio, right? Video, right? Sharing, even chart is available. You can send me chart on this, right? Even CC is there, right? Which convert your online translation, right? It will compare whatever you are going. I'm speaking. It will be translated if you check CC. So this everything, it is one service behind this. This is maintained by Google. So what I'm doing, this is not my end, right? I'm coming in the Google. I'm taking a service, Google Meet. That's it. So who is responsible for this? The Google is responsible. This comes in software as service. Now, if I'm going for the commercial of Google Meet, right? This is the free version which I'm using now currently. I'm going for the commercial way, then I have to pay for the service, right? I have to take for this complete for the for services, right? For the, let's say, for the organization package, right? They have community edition in the pricing, which I'm using free tier, right? Currently, I'm not paying anything. If I want for my organization, right, I have to go with the what? Google Workspace. If you're aware of this, Google Workspace is a paid version. Same way, they are providing email and everything, drive everything with the secured way. Now, when we say about AWS, right? AWS. So AWS is the official website, right? This is the official website of AWS. Now, if you check it over here, you'll be finding that there is a multiple options, right? What they have the products, okay? What products they are handling with. Yes. Using AWS console, you can sign up, creating one new account. Just what you have to do, you have to pass all your details, right? Like just the username and the email address, right? What kind of username you required, right? Let's say if I have any Asim, right? Just fill up this form. You proceed with this existing all the details. You required one credit card or debit card, you can fill up from there. You required to provide all the details, right? What you are existing, where you are staying, at the location of your home, and everything you have to pass. They will take the credit card details, they will verify with that. Okay, it will take more like 2 rupees. They will detect if you're working, if you have signed the card from the India, right? They will detect for to check it out, the validation of your card. They will automate your AWS account. Okay, this point will be very easy. You can follow up. If you have any answer, you can let me know. Okay, and when we are moving to AWS, right? The service which they are providing, the main service, the what they are providing is the AWS EC2 instance, right? AWS login. If you click on this, if you have existing account, you can click on the sign in into console. You can using your root email, you can log in over here. I have my account exist in AWS, so I'm using the same existing account. So this is a main dashboard, right? The welcoming console home of AWS. Okay, if you check it over here, there is a multiple options will be available. Here you will seeing what you have recently visited. This is the application which you have used, right? In case of if you're using any application over there, if you go for services, you're able to find there are multiple services provided by AWS, like Elastic Bean Stack, EC2 instance, EFS, like Elastic File System, right? Support they are providing, billing and different. If you go for EC2 instance, like this is the use case which we are going to maximum cover to create our virtual machines, right? Open to virtual machine. If you check it over here, you will be finding the details over here are running instance, right? Running instance, right? Elastic IPs, key pairs. Okay, if you have any scaling group, this will cover later on. But if you check it over here, you're having instance running which is 0, right? Because my instance is not up and running. So that case, if you check it over here, you'll be finding in the side the instance type, large template, right? So let's go and quickly check it out over there. Okay, so if you check it over the instances, it will prompt you that whatever the instances do you have in your on your account. Okay, in this case I have this is, don't worry, I'll just keep it on the running so it will disappear. Okay, if you check it over here, this is called instance. If you don't have, you can use it launch instance, and you can create your EC2 instance, the virtual machine, first virtual machine from AWS. Okay, if you want to know that what kind of instance types are there, right? What of the family they're having, right? And what kind of family they are solving, right? If I go for the this part, then you're able to find there is an instance type of this is providing 538 types. Okay, so if you check it over here, they have different type of virtual machine provided by AWS. Okay, let me delete this. The first is coming off T family. Okay, T family. Let me add this in the document also. First, what they have T family, right? T family. So that is coming with the T2 micro to T. There's a three type of, there is multiple, I think there is almost five types of EC2 instances available, right? Which you can select based on your application requirement, right? The T family is very commonly known in the free tier also you'll be covering, and we'll be practice only taking the T family. The T family is coming with a minimum of one CPU, right? Zero point 0.5 also available, but in use case we'll go with the one CPU, right? Let me add with the 5 only. Zero point 0.5, it's starting with the 0.5 CPU, 1 GB RAM to 128 CPU and 1000 GB RAM, right? Hard disk is as many as you can use it, right? For example, T1 TB or 10 TB. There is no limitation. This is covering with another services, that is EPS, okay? That we will cover it later. Okay. Now the point is that why this T families, or how we are going to allocate, how we are going to select the family kind of EC2 instance. Usually T family is used where you have application is not very heavy, and this is known as bustable family. Okay, when the resources are very consumed based on, let's say we have limitation of one CPU, 1 GB, right? But your application is requiring 5 GB and 5 CPU, right? 5 CPU. So at that time, it's possible that it's going to bust your EC2 instance. Okay, it's going to bust your EC2 instance. So it's not reliable when you are going to have a very huge kind of application hosted on this family. So it's recommended to move for this kind of family, that is M family. Okay, where it is known as memory optimized. Okay, where memory, this can handle this kind of application. Here, let's say normal Java application or a web servers, web application can be handled. In this case, what happened? In this case, you're going to have, let's say, video conferencing, right? If you're having a video conferencing solution application we are hosting, at that time you have to switch back to M family, which is very optimized with the memory that can handle very data transferring and everything we can cover up, right? Just for the overview. If you're going for the C family, right? C family, which is a compute family that can handle any huge database, right? Database application, like if you have any let's say if you're having ERP kind of database or big data, right? Big data, this can be handled with this application, with this family of C type. So this basically three type or five type. I will let you know in the next session. But usually which we are using in our organization is that we are going with the three families: T family, M family, and C family. T family is for the different environment and different kind of application. Right. M family is for the memory optimization, which we are using video conferencing solution, or the huge application which is having backend, front end, and it's very highly available. It should have the high load, that at term we are going with the M family. C family is for the huge database which we are going to use for the application, having huge database or the big data or ERP. This kind of things is available in AWS. This kind of all variety is available. You can go from minimum zero point 0.5 CPU, 1 GB RAM to, you can increase, and you can change your EC2 instance for 128 CPU and 1000 RAM based on your use case of your application. Okay. When we say about AWS, right, which I have shown it over here, FFT2 Nano, which is one CPU, 0 0.5 memory, right, which I have specified. If you go into the T family last, you're able to find this coming with the 8 CPU and 32 CPU. Okay, there is a limitations over here. But more than that, then you have to switch back to C. Okay. C family, if you check it over here, if you scroll back, it's showing the C, around 96 CPU. Okay, 192 hard memory, it's coming up with this. And if you check it to the storage, it can be 3600 storage GB. It can extend. The type of storage can be SSD, and the transfer of the data transferring, right, to have the low latency, it can be 25 GB of data transferring per second. Okay, and the prices also mentioned over here. This kind of all type of EC2 instance is available. If I'm going for the M family, right, right. In the M family, you're able to find that there is a multiple options also available over here. Let me just give it M family over here, right? See, M family also is there, which is really memory optimized. They have all the specification available with the machine. So ready to use machines, you can configure easily, and you can do it everything as per your requirement. Okay. Now this point has been discussed. What is the instance? What is instance type? Now, if you check it over here, you're able to find this is given as US East 1, US East East, right? It's Asia specific type, right? Canada, everything. If you check it over here, you'll be finding these are the different regions available in AWS, right? AWS is provided in the globally, right? Is available in the globally, right? In this case, they will be covering with the region. What are region in AWS, right? AWS has the infrastructure distributed across the globally. What they'll provide as a standby regions, right? In case of any disaster happen in one region, you can migrate or provide the services to another region. Also, you can access the services from there. AWS is providing your options with the region and the zones. Okay, the region is specified as, if I'm going for the Mumbai, right, that is AP South 1. So if uh, if my servers or my application is content is serving nearest in India, so I will be using this data transfers as AP South 1, right? Because I want to locate my application to the nearest of my audience. At the time, for me, is the nearest for the Mumbai. But in case if you are located in US, then it will be having US East 1 is a region, right? This is how they made multiple regions in AWS. Okay, they have multiple regions created for AWS. In that region, they have zones, right? Multiple zones. In the multiple zone, they have a data center over there, installed data center on that region. So based on our use case, based on our the region which you are staying, you have to select the region and your zone. Okay, okay, these are the points. So they are globally available. You can have the globally available. If you check it over here, you'll be finding over here the regions. You will be finding that is located in North Virginia, Ohio, California, that's associated with the US. If you're going with the Asia, that is located in Mumbai, right? In the Mumbai we have, right, Alaska, Seoul, Singapore, Sydney, Tokyo, right? In the Europe region we have. In the South American, these are the some which is not enabled with this account. No problem, we are in free time, but this is all available, right? Specific regions all are available. Okay, so these are all the zones which we have in AWS, right? So if I check it over here, right, global view. So it will show you overall your account details, right? How many each regions are enabled for this account. There is 17 regions. In the 17 regions, how many EC2 instances have been created, right? I have created, and how many virtual machines subnet. You will have overview of your account, complete details over here. So this is the dashboard where you can have global EC2 instance. If I'm configuring, this is a global view, right? If I'm going for this is not enabled to select any regions over here, because this feature is coming with a global value, right? If I'm switching back to any another services, right? So EC2 instance, then I'll be switching from this global to the my region which I'm going to use AP South 1. Okay, this is North Virginia. In North Virginia, if you check it over here, the EC2 instance is 0. But if I'm going back to AP South 1, which I'll be working right continuously, so if you'll be finding there is some EC2 instance that are in the stop state, right? So before starting with AWS, creating any launch instance or configuring any instance, you have to select the region. In that region, you will be working. So in our tutorial, we'll be covering this Mumbai region, right? In the Mumbai region, if you're seeing this dashboard over here, you'll be finding one drop down. That if you check over here, you'll be finding there is a state of your virtual machines. If you check all state, it will be showing that uh, all the EC2 instance available in our account. If I'm checking the running instance, then it will prompt you whatever the running instance is available in my account. If I'm selecting top stopped instance, then it will prompt me what are the stopped virtual machines available. Right? What is availability zone in AWS, right? Availability zones in the sense, what are the regions and zone in AWS, right? AWS has infrastructure, that is their data center hosted in different regions, right, globally, to enhance that high availability, right, to provide the standby in any disaster happen in one region. The example regions are India, US, China. They are in the UK. So globally, they have almost more than 70 data centers available regions, and within that region, they have multiple zones, right? In one region, it's approximately two different regions. They have 2 to 10 zones in which we can create our own virtual machines, right? So if you say that the data center, they have the physical data center over there, they are doing the virtualization in terms of region, they are providing as a service. Wherever is applicable, we can create our EC2 instances or services hosted on availability zones, whatever the region they have provided. On that, we can create our virtual machines. This is AWS dashboard, where we'll provide all the services related to the AWS provides for their clients, right? So if you check this dashboard, you're able to see that all the steps have been added, right? Or whatever the service they are providing, they are mentioning over here, like EC2 instance, RDS, Beanstack. So different kind of services is provided by AWS. Based on our requirement, we have to select the services required from AWS, right? Let's create our first EC2 instance using AWS console. Like, click on our launch instance, then we'll follow all the steps. Like, we have to pass some of the prompts, like name of the server, which will be defined by us, the optional. Then you have to select the operating system, right? We have to select the operating, which kind of operating system you're going to take, like Ubuntu, Amazon Linux, Windows operating system, based on your requirement. As per this case, right, we'll be proceeding with Linux operating system. Then we have to pass the key which we are going to access, right? Then we will be accessing SSH from our laptop, right? From the locally, we are going to access our remote server, which we are going to configure now. Okay. Then we have to pass the security group, which can be default. You will be opening the port as per your requirement. Then you have to attach the EBS storage volume, right? That is reference to that how much hard disk you are going to provide for this Linux server which we are creating. Then we will review all the things and we will launch one EC2 instance. This will be our first EC2 hands-on knowledge for the first EC2 instance. Okay, right? This all prompt. Now if I want to configure any one machine, right? So if I click here on the launch instance, then you have to pass some of the prompts which we are going to configure. Okay, so just for the overview, we can give it as a name, my first machine, right? First Linux machine, right? Then it will prompt you that different kind of operating system is provided by AWS, right? And this are the Linux, this is provided by AWS. Then macOS, if you're going for any macOS operating system, if you required for the development of any application for, right, Apple or something else, then you have to go with the macOS. The OpenDrive operating, that is also Linux operating system. Then you have Windows, you can configure Windows. Then you have Red Hat. You'll be finding all the operating system, TB and family, right, everywhere. Now, if for use case, if I'm going with the Ubuntu, then it will prompt you that which kind of Amazon Linux machine you are going to use it, right? So in our use case, the latest one, right, the one is going with the 24. If you want to go for the latest version, then even you can go with this one. Okay, so for the information, the AWS is providing only some of the machine which is in the free tier. Okay, so excluding that, all will be charges applicable. What are the free tiers will be there? In this case is that is T2 micro, that is only available machine that is coming with one CPU, 1 GB of memory, right? And the charges which you say, that will be excluded. Okay, that will be excluded. So T2 micro is a free one which we'll be using. Now in this case, they say that after creation of EC2 instance, you need to access this EC2 instance to proceed further to install any tool, DevOps tools, or a Linux operating system, anything you want to configure in that, you require SSH connectivity, right? You are going to connect from the locally this operating system. One second. So T2 micro, there is a lot of options given from them, what kind of resources you require, right? Based on the resources you have selected. But in our use case, currently we require only T2 micro. We'll proceed with this. And he's saying that please create one key pair, so that with that key pair, you can connect your instance, EC2 instance securely. Okay. In this case, if we don't have, just click on this new key pair. And I will say first key, right? Then there is an option, then we have to go with RSA, right? RSA, right? Then we'll go with the .pem, because we require .pem kind of file. Will not proceed with the .ppk. .ppk is used when we are using your SSH client as a putty, right? In our use case, we'll go with pem key, right? We will be using mobile extreme in our tutorials. So that will be downloaded in your local machine, which is in the download folders. Okay. After that, in this case, you are going with the default VPC for the current tutorial. We will cover this complete point, how you can customize your own VPC, and you can customize subnet, and you can enable different type of if you're going with enable auto IP, okay, you can hide your IP also. This we will be covering of this while creating the Bastion server. Okay, then the security group is asking for use case. We will be enable only SSH, right? The name of that also you can give it, but by default let's keep it uh, launch wizard, right? Then we will proceed, and let's say the storage, I'm saying that please create the storage 8 GB is the minimum, and the type of storage to be highly available. This is the latest one from the AWS, that is with the highly speed SSD, right? Storage that will be root volume is attached with the GP3. Then afterwards we will be reviewing all the details. If you click it over here, there is a advanced details is provided by the AWS, right? If you go over here down, then they will say that do you want to make a check that uh, uh, auto termination should be enabled, so that you cannot terminate this EC2 instance by accidentally, right? If we enable this one, if you keep it as a disable, then you can terminate this EC2 instance. The same thing option with this, if this EC2 instance hosting any application by accidentally, if you have 100 or 1000 of EC2 instance in your account, you may accidentally, instead of stopping one EC2 instance, you make enable accidentally, you can stop this EC2 instance. At that time, to overcome that, we will enable this also, this stop protection also, like for use case, let's say stop protection we are enabling. Okay, so you can give all the checkpoints, these are additional things. Then launch instance, so it will take few seconds, it will review everything, and it will create one virtual machine in Mumbai region, as I mentioned that it will be created in the Mumbai region, right? So after creation, we will receive one instance ID that will be unique, that will be referenced for your everything activity you are going to do it on your account. You reference to this virtual machine. Okay, all the security group will be attached to this ID only. This ID is a unique one which will not be changed. You can change the name, you can change the instance type, you can change the state also. Stop running everything, check status will be changed, alarm will be changed. Okay, everything will be changed. The DNS also you can change it, but this unique instance ID will not be changing. It will be allocated to you by while setting the EC2 instance to the termination of your EC2 instance. Whatever the billing will be covered for this EC2 instance, that will be referring always to this instance ID. So this will be the unique for you. This is allocated. If you click on this, you will receive all the information of this VM machine, which with the ID has been attached, right? So he's saying that you have one public IP, the private IP is allocated over here. Then it has given one DNS to me stating that state is running, right? The type of EC2 instance attached to this the instance ID is a T2 micro, which we have configured. The default VPC gets attached. The subnet is default subnet is attached, right? The details and everything has been given over here. Okay, the key pair which is attached to this EC2 this ID and the EC2 instance is what we have created as a first key. Okay, now when we want to access this from the local machine, right, from the local laptop, we required one SSS tool. Now when EC2 instance is configured, and we were seeing that we are able to find the ID also, then we required one SSH client app so that we can access this EC2 instance which we have created. On that we have installed Linux operating system, right, Ubuntu. So we are going to use for this use case, we are going to use Mobile Extreme third-party application, which is a recommended, right, recommended and highly available. You can just check this link as I'm mentioning now, right? You can go and download. If you don't have the knowledge, you can follow my tutorial or this all the steps, and you can configure your Mobile from your laptop, and you can access your first Linux operating virtual machine, right, from your laptop. Let me show you also. Okay, this is the official website of Mobile Extreme. Then if you go over here, you will finding the multiple options from them, right? You can go with the free edition because we will be using only 12 sessions, right? So download, click on the download. Then it will prompt you this. You can go with the portable edition. Click on this portable edition, that will be downloaded in the download. Just run that. It will execute everything and it will be installed on your local laptop. Okay. So after that, I have already existed installation. So in this one, you go for the SSH, click on the SSH, give the your IP address. So let me validate this IP address. Oh yes, this is a public IP address, right? Then afterwards, by default, here the Ubuntu operating system which we have used, the user will be Ubuntu, right? So how we can validate that? Okay, if I'm going back over here to the EC2 instance, right? So if I want to connect, click on this machine which we have created, click on the connect, then it's prompt you a lot of options how you are going to access this EC2 instance. In this case, EC2 instance direct connect, then session manager, SSH client. We are going to access SSH client, right? Using SSH client, we are going to access this EC2 instance. In this case, there is a multiple option. Open your SSH client. I have just opened my SSH client, right? After opening SSH client, right, it's saying that locate your key pair, key file. So what I'm doing, I'm going in the SSH key over here, SSH setting, then I'm going over here, then I'm locating my SSH key which I've created, right? This was the SSH key which I've created. Okay, this task I have done. Then I'm going over here, then it's saying that you need to give the permission, but you can skip in this SSH client application, you don't require it. Okay, then afterward is prompting that use this Ubuntu, right? Ubuntu as a user to connect to EC2 instance. Okay, so I'm copying this Ubuntu from here. I'm going over here, I'm pasting over here, and the default port for SSH is port 22. Okay, so what we have done, we have passed all the details of our EC2 instance. I'm just clicking over here, right? Okay, so what the first step AWS will do, okay, so first it will authenticate your key. Okay, it will authenticate your key. The key which you have given is associated with the ID of your EC2 instance or no. If the authentication is done, then it will prompt that okay, by the Ubuntu user you are able to log in into your EC2 instance. Okay, so if you check it over here, you're able to find that we have already selected while creating this EC2 instance as Ubuntu, right? So if you check it over here, you'll be finding that the operating system which we have used is Ubuntu, and the version also we have selected 24.0.4. This is how you can configure your first EC2 instance. Okay, if you check this all the details over here, you're able to find in the below details, you're able to find there is a public IP, this is a private IP which we are displaying below here. If you click on the monitoring remote, it will take all your like 1 second or 10 second. It will give you all the details like what kind of IP address associated with this EC2 instance, what how many CPU you're using, and how many RAM is allocated to this EC2 instance. We have, while configuring, we are using 1 GB RAM. In that, while installing all the operating system and everything, it has already consumed zero point 0.3 is while running this application, right? Linux operating system Ubuntu is taking 0.33 GB RAM of our 1 GB RAM already. The data transferring is nothing is happening on this, so it's not showing you the uptime. When we have created this EC2 instance, it is showing that 300 seconds before you have created this EC2 instance, right? And this user which we have logged into is that Ubuntu, and the storage we have already used out of 8 or 10 GB, we have used 23% of our storage. So this is give you complete monitoring of this EC2 instance. Now if I want to check by the first thing what you have to do is we will update our the packages, right? Sudo apt, you are giving -y to update sudo apt update, right? We have to pass apt package to update all our packages. Okay, so it will take whatever while configuring, it will check with the AWS and it will update if any package is pending to be updated from AWS. So it will update everything the packages. Let's say that if you check it, some of the packages like AMD of this Linux operating system, right? So this everything will be updated. Okay, so it will prompt and it will update all the thing. The first step you have to do it update. The second thing, if you check it over here, you'll find that I want to know what kind of operating system I'll be using or what's my IP. Okay, let's say I want to check what's my IP of my machine is, right? If I prompt over here host name IP, it will prompt me that the IP of my this EC2 instance is this. Okay, if I check host name CTL with the command, okay, this is Linux we will cover, just I'm giving overview. Okay, so you will be finding that what we have created one EC2 instance, that IP is allocated to that is this, and the virtual icon computer VM, and the machine ID. This is the machine ID reference to the physical hardware, right? Physical machine located in AWS. Okay, The boot ID, which you check it over here. The virtualization, they are using xn as a, okay, they are using xn as a virtualization to make this physical virtual machine. In that year they are using virtualization, and in term of EC2 instance they are providing to us. Okay, and this what they have done 18 years before, right? This kind of details you can find from this using hostels ctl command. Okay, so this we have successfully logged in, right? So if I want to stop this EC2 instance, right, because it will prompt me that you cannot stop this EC2 instance. Okay, if I check over here, I want to stop this EC2 instance, right? So it's showing that it's checking that does I have enable any stop protection. Yes, but I'm saying that I have not seen this part. So just I will click it stop. So it is throwing the error. The reason is that they're saying that fails to stop the EC2 instance. This instance ID, which I will be B5, may not be stopped because the stop state is showing that it's tried to stop this with the using API stop, but this trying to fail. Okay, the reason is that we have already typed stop enabled, right? Stop protection we have enabled. So if I check it over here, if you go for instance type, then if you go for stop protection, click over here, you're able to find this check is already enabled. So you have to disable from here, save it over here. It will take and it will reflect within the seconds. So it's showing that disable protection is off now. So if I, in this case, I can stop my EC2 instance using this protection. No, you're saying that the protection is off. You can stop this EC2 instance, right? So you can stop your EC2 instance. After stopping, it will state as stopped. Okay, it will take few seconds. It will change the state instance type from the stopping to stopped. If you want to restart, you can take the prompt as start instance. So you can start the instance, you can reboot the instance, even you can terminate the instance. So let me just terminate the instance because I don't want it. This is only for the tutorial purpose, right? So let's terminate this EC2 instance. So it will first stopping, then it will go for the termination, right? So initiated termination deletion, right? For this unique ID, right? So in the few seconds, you will be scanning that. First, it is switching to the shutdown of your EC2 instance, then it's terminated. If you check over here, this is how it is terminated. Okay. So now if you are able to see that how you can create a one EC2 instance, giving all the parameter like EC2 type of EC2 instance, what type of storage do you require, right? What we are passing to this, right? What kind of operating system do you require, right? What kind of EC2 type you require, right? Which is referred to resources, RAM, right? RAM and CPU. Then what kind of storage do you require? Storage is required. On top of that, what the key which we are going to key for the SSH access. Okay. So this also we are going to pass this parameter, and we are passing the parameter of VPC also, right? VPC and the subnets. Okay. And later on we are using SSH to access this virtual machine from remotely, right? For example, as I shown that we are staying over here and our machine is located in North India, right? I'm staying in Hyderabad. Using SSH client, I'm accessing this virtual machine, right? And this is done by using SSH, right? SSH protocol, SSH protocol, that is port 22. That what we will do it with the laptop. The request will go for our EC2 instance, right? EC2 instance. Then it will validate our key. As I mentioned over here, it will validate key. Is the key is genuine or no? The IP address what we have given while accessing from the local using mobile extreme, right? Mobile extreme. It will authenticate first step the IP address. Second step is a key, right? It will authenticate the key over here, and it will validate everything. Then it will say okay, the authentication is fine, so the request pass over here, then it will give the access for you from your local machine. If any case these two parameters of IP address, right, of your virtual machine is wrong, EC2 instance, and the key what you have given is wrong, it will throw into that unauthorized access. This is how the EC2 instance what we have configured from the AWS, this is how it's done. backend to provide you the authorization access. Okay, so these all parameters we have passed in the demo also, while we are accessing our first Linux operating machine, right? So we have passed our EC2 instance, we have given the IP addresses of our EC2 instance, we have successfully authenticated our EC2 instance. While termination of after using for EC2 instance, we have what we have done, we have terminated this EC2 instance. When you terminate this EC2 instance, you are deleting everything, reference to the machine, virtual machine what you have created, the storage which you have created will be deleted, the SSH key what you have create so attached to this will be deleted, but it can be have in your account in your local machine, you can use in the later on, you can attach to different EC2 instance, but which is attached to this, that will be deleted, and the CPU that was allocated for this also will be deleted. Once the deletion is done, you cannot reclaim or cannot restore. So this feature is not available. So by default, AWS will delete everything resources allocated to this. Okay, if you install any operating system or any tool of DevOps tools also, that will be also deleted unless you made a one backup. Okay, so this everything will be done. Okay, so whenever you are creating, you will be creating on this one. Okay, now speaking about the free tier. Now we'll try to understand what we are going to get in AWS a free tier. Okay. Now the point whenever we are saying, let me add over here only. Okay. AWS will provide you 1 year of free tier, 1 month free tier, right? Where you can create your EC2 instance, that is T2 micro. Most of case this will be covered up, right? If you're not covered, we'll be switching back to another type of EC2 instance. After that, T2 micro, in that T2 micro, that will be covering as 750 hours per month. Okay, per month. So what does it mean by 750 hours? Now I'll give you one scenario for this, right? I have one EC2 instance which I have created. I'm using for, let's say, for 24 into 7 for 30 days, right? That means I'll be ending up 720 hours of usage of EC2 instance of T2 micro, right? T2 micro. So that criteria will be fulfilled and there'll be no charges. Okay, that will be that will be covered in free tier, so you will not be facing any charges over this. Now the second stage is that let's say this is the charges, right? Let's say second stage, I'm creating two EC2 instance, then I'm running 12 into 7, right? That means 12 hours into 7 day into 30 days. Okay, 12 total, it will be 20 hours, right? That is also will be covered. In this type, we are creating two EC2 instance. So this is differ with the hours you are using. If you are using any EC2 instance for 1 minute, but AWS will count as 1 hour. Okay, so try to remember, even 1 minute you are creating, right? In 1 minute also you are creating one EC2 instance, that will be counted as 1 hour from AWS. Okay, so at the time while creation, there is a limitation that you cannot create, you cannot exceed your 750 hours per month, right? Don't exceed 750 hours per month in a month of EC2 instance. Okay, the second criteria what you have to provide is related to storage. Okay, storage, AWS is covering, is providing you 30 GB of storage as a free tier. Okay, so if you're creating minimum requirement for while creation of EC2 instance, you need to provide 8 GB minimum of the hard disk to one EC2 instance. That means 80 into 8 into 5 or 8 into 4, right? 4 also will be excluding. 8 into 3, that is 24. Okay, 24 of GB you can use. That means the limitation, if you combine these two things, then you will be coming up with us only you can use 3 EC2 instance, 3 EC2 instance parallelly in your account. Parallel in your account, right? So with that allocation of 8 GB RAM to one EC2 instance, and you can go with T2 micro. T2 micro, okay. Today we are going to deep dive in AWS services. First, we are going to see what is the dashboard of AWS EC2 instance, right? EC2 services. Then we are going to see what kind of EC2 services with the payment respect to what they are providing the plans like saving plans and the reserve instance. We will deep dive about that. Then we are going to see the process how to create EC2 instance. Then we are going to check it out how you can use EC2 launch template where you can pre-configure everything like storage, the operating system, right, of EC2 instance, your virtual machine, okay, the security group in which subnet you want to configure that, the VPC selection, okay, what ports you are going to open. You can make the template of that, you can store in your account so that whenever going to repeat it, this kind of EC2 instance you are going to create it, you can use this launch template for your reference and you can create it easily. Okay, you can create n number of EC2 instance also, right? Before we move to this session, please subscribe this channel and hit the bell icon so that you receive all the updates related to this AWS and DevOps series so that you don't miss any updates, right? All the tutorials. Let's move now to the session. Already we have discussed everything of the review overview of EC2 services, right? EC2 services. In this session, we will be covering features of EC2 instance, right? We will see what's the EC2 dashboard. If you check it over here, you're able to find the different dashboard is provided for EC2 section, right? If you search it over here with the EC2 instance, if you click on the services, right? EC2 instance. So EC2 instance will provide you the virtual VM, right? Virtual machine. From the AWS, they have the physical in their data center. From there, they are doing a virtualization as a service of the cloud computing, right? They are providing EC2, right? They have named as EC2 in AWS services. If you check it the dashboard over here, you have multiple options, right? If you check it from the dashboard to auto scaling group, okay? Now here, if you find over here, right, you'll give the specific details of your account associated with the Mumbai, right? Mumbai region, okay? So if you check here, you'll be finding what are the services you are using and what you have in it, right? The basic important topics like EC2 instance, you have zero capacity resolution, no elastic IP. We have not assigned, we have not requested anything. So we don't have key page 45, placement group, snapshot, auto scaling group, dedication host instance, right? Total instance. This is the running instance. This is total in the stop state, right? The three we have security group 47 volume. I have two, right? The point is that in your account, if you're making the new account, then you'll be finding over here almost everything is zero, right? So if you check in the left panel over here, you'll be find the difference in the instance. Okay, let's concentrate on this point. In the instance, you'll be finding if you click here instance, you will have all the overview of your virtual machine, that is EC2 instance, hosted right in the data center of Mumbai AWS. So if you check it over here, I have three, which is one terminated, two is stop. Okay, if I'm going to check out the state to the running, I'll be finding zero. If I'm checking the stop state, then I'm finding two, right? This is a drop down. From there, you can select multiple option. Okay. Now, if you check it over here, after the instance, they have given instance type. So instance type is basically the type of virtual machine they are providing AWS, right? They have multiple options provided based on your required resources. Okay. If you check over here, T2 Nano, which is a minimum, right? They have one virtual machine. They have 0.5 memory, right? Memory for this EC2 instance type, this virtual machine. You have architecture over here, and the network speed is going for the lower network speed, and the price also, of course, will be low. Okay. Gradually, based on your application and the use case of this virtual machine, you're making web server, you're converting this virtual machine as a web server or database server or your application server, any kind of services you are going to host on this virtual machine. Based on the resources required by your application, right, during the runtime, you will select your EC2 instance type. Okay. So if you check it here, you will find all the types, families, M family, C family. This we will discuss, okay, in the later stage. Now, if you check it over here, you will seeing the launch template. Okay. Here in the specification that instead of if you want to create instead of one, I want to create multiple EC2 instance with the same specification, everything. We can create the launch template. Okay. So if you check it over here, it's prompting me that, EC2 instance launch template, right? And let me check. Wait. you're able to find this is a template, right? Streamline and simplify and standard instance. This template you can use if you're going for the same type of EC2 instance with a security group and specifying all the three repetitive tasks. If you're going for any repetitive tasks, then you can go with the services as launch template, right? You can assign a one template. It's like a you're specifying all the categories, and when you click, one EC2 instance will be generated. Okay, so if you check over this part, okay, if it create on the launch template, then it is asking me one template, right? I'll say test, and I will say, and the table environment, I can specify any descriptions. Okay, then afterwards I will say that recently launched. No, I'll just click smart start, right? So I will say I want Ubuntu operating system for always when I'm going with this launch template, right? So here what will happen, it will, I'm specifying in this 24 LTS version, I'm going with the Ubuntu operating system, which is a free tier and open source. Architecture I'm selecting over here. Then the instance type, I'll be of course I'll go with the T2 micro for the testing one, right? The key pair, I will say that just create one key pair. Let me create one key pair over here, and I will add as a template key pair, right? Key pair, and I'll be using RSA, right? 256 is an encrypted way, and the format of this key will be always top PEM, right? Create PEM key. The key will be downloaded over here, and it's already taken. It's available over on my local laptop, even in the account also in this region Mumbai, which I'll be showing in I, right? The subnet, I will keep it as default or anyone subnet, no problem. So specify the for custom. No, I don't require custom. I'll go with the default one, right? And the security group, let us create one security group, simple. Okay, template security group over here. Okay, and then VPC is the standard one. Then it will prompt me that what kind of storage volume, right? It's especially known as hard disk, right? So I'll be going with the 8 GB, that's more than enough. So resource tag, I don't require. Overview is over here. So what I have Ubuntu operating system, right? Okay, and T2 micro, and the security group which I have created, new security group, right? New security group I have created over here, and then afterwards I'll click on the launch template, right? Just a second, description is required. SSH allow. Okay, so I have to add some security group, right? So in this case, what I will do, first step, I'll be adding SSS. So what I'm saying, I want SSS for my EC2 instance, which I'll be creating if I'm creating with launch template. We are discussing about launch templates, right? So we have created launch template, SSS2 port I have opened, and I'm saying it's open publicly for this use case, right? So it's public, this part, and create launch template. Okay, so if I'm going for the EC2 instance now again, and if I'm checking on the launch template, I'm able to find one launch template is available. Now what happened, whatever the data we have shared now, it's already added in the template, and it has created one ID. On that ID, all the specification has been given, right? The specification as we create, I have selected T2 micro, it is T2 micro, and I selected template key pair, right? The key pair is with me, right? It's in the download folder. I'll show you the download folder also, right? It's already available over here. Then afterwards, I have specified 8 GB of storage, right? Why? Okay, while creation, it will create, no issue. Okay. Resources tag, network interface, everything is done with this. Okay. So whenever I'm creating this, right? Whenever I'm creating these templates, so what happens, we're using the templates, all the resources will be created, right? So basically, it's the upcoming request or be configured of your EC2 instance. So what we will do it now, when we have created launch template, we'll try to create one EC2 instance using this launch template, right? So now how do we going to get, this is the launch template, right? After quickly go to the EC2 instance, then you click over here, launch instance. After the launch, no, just a second. Okay, now what we will do, we'll go back over here, instance, when we will create the instance using launch template, right? So the option, if you check it over here, you'll be finding that one option is EC2 instance, okay? So if you click here the EC2 instance, then it will prompt me all the related information which I have to fill to create one EC2 instance, right? So if I click over here, then I should pass all the things, right? But the point is that I already added in launch template, so I don't want this. So what you have to do, you have to click on the instance, then I'll be clicking on this drop down. Then I'm saying that I want to launch instance from template, okay? So just click on the launch instance template, then it will prompt you order the template you have created in your account. Just click drop down, then it'll find me the test which I've created, right? So after that, it's saying that what kind of versions you require. So I have created only one version, right? So I'm taking this version. Now, whatever we have specified in the class template, that is automatically has been taken, okay? So I'll show you that part also. Let me just open this large template in another tab, okay? So let's just go over here. If you check it over here, the last template is loading, right? So if you click on this, then you're able to find that T2 micro I've given, Ubuntu I've given, right? So check you over here. The type of ECMS is already selected. The key pair is already selected. Subnet is already selected. 8 GB of RAM also you already selected, right? Security group also is selected. Okay, template. This security group we have given in launch template. Okay, you're able to find that Ubuntu also is selected, right? It's giving over here Ubuntu operating system. If you check it over here, the specifications, what we required is already taken from the launch template. This is given, right? Then after when Ubuntu is over here, this is done, right? And what kind of operating system is taking Ubuntu, right? T2 micro 120. And what I'm going to get, I'm going to launch it one or multiple times based on our use case. I can create 1, 2, 10, right? How many EC2 instances I want to create, I can create using this prompt, right? In our case, I have given only one. So I'll click on the alien instance. So it will take a few seconds. It will take all the prompt. The new server will be created, one EC2 instance, right? So if you go and check EC2 instance now, right, in the new tab, let me just click. You're able to find one EC2 instance is in the running stage, right? And just a second. And the pending stage, if you check over here, is stating pending. Now the point is that it has to check past how many times? It has to check past 3 times. Okay. This also you have to check it out. It is taking initialization. In few seconds, it will be up and running. Okay. It's running, and we will wait for the 3 seconds. Okay. Just a second. See, when I'm selecting this EC2 instance, right? Let me just take it a EC2 instance, which we have created using template, right? So if you click over here, you're able to find anything. Yes. Template security group, template key pair, everything, right? So if you check it over here, you will be able to find that there is a health status check, right? That is 2 by 2. So in some servers, it will prompt you 3 by 3 if you're going with high configuration or high kind of EC2 instance, right? So in our case, we are going with the T2 micro. It has prompted me 2 by 2. Whatever the check pass they have given, we have to follow. Now, if you check in the details, you're able to find one IP address has been associated, private IP, then it has given it has taken T2 micro, a VPC ID, and everything has been given. If you check it over here, what do you mean by 2 by 2 checkbox, right? So for example, I'll take it simple over here. Let me delete, right? Simple, you just check it over here. This is the EC2 instance we have created in Mumbai, right? In Mumbai. Okay. So on below, there is a one physical hardware, a physical machine, right? Physical server. Physical machine is located in AWS region of Mumbai, right? This is located in Mumbai. On top of that, they have used hypervisor, right, to create this virtual machine which you are accessing of T2 micro, right? To T2 micro, they have needed this statement. What they are providing us, they have multiple, right? In this one part of our is EC2 instance. Okay, this is their backend, right? This is the backend. Up to here, they are managing about, right? They are giving hypervisor and everything. What resources we have requested? We have requested T2 micro resources, right? Like 8 GB storage, or 1 GB of RAM, right? With this access. So what they did, they're using the hypervisor. They created multiple virtual machine on their physical service, which is located in Mumbai region, right? So they are providing us this one. So what they're saying, you can access this server, but you, in order to access that, please take this IP address, which is associated with this virtual machine. Okay. IP address. There's two type of IP address. One is public, one is private. This private IP will not be changed. Public IC for the public access. If you're converting this server with any web server, or you are installing any kind of tools, anything for the public, for internet or the browser access, you are using public IC, right? Even for SSH to accessing this server, right? This isn't this EC2 instance from your laptop to execute your work or everything, to deploy application and everything, we are taking public IP. Okay. Now the public IP are two type. One, right? Now in this case, what they say that, we have a static public IP. One is dynamic IP. Okay. So now the IP which is associated with this IP will gradually every time will change whenever we stop this EC2 instance, okay, and restart this EC2 instance. Okay. If you check it over here, right, you got my point, what I meant to say. So if you click it over here, you're able to find one IP address is associated with this EC2 instance, which is over here, with this public IP, which is in the dynamic, right? It usually always changes, right? Now, elastic IP, they call it as elastic IP address, right? Which is constant that will be associated with this EC2 instance or your account always. So what they will do it, they will create one IP address and they will allocate to my account. That is Asim account, right? AWS account. So for that IP, I can assign to this EC2 instance whenever I'm going to delete, when I'm going to reboot, when I'm going to stop, okay, when I'm going to restart, right? Reboot, I can do anything specific, but that IP address will not be changed. Okay, that static IP, whatever the elastic IP, what I have received from AWS, that elastic IP I'm going to assign with the EC2 instance, that will be constant, so that I should not change anytime, right? Because while accessing from the mobile system, I have to give it one IP, right? This IP. So while I'm restarting this again, I have to share with the developer, with myself, with my teammates, right? So that is not going to happen in the real case. This is for the access. If this IP address is serving my web application, that means I'm going to add this IP in the DNS, right? Domain and systems to serve, like asim.com, right? For example, asimcloudtech.com, right? There I have to add this IP. So if I'm going to lose this IP, right, on the restart or reboot everything, then I have to update with my new IP address, right, which I'm going to receive. But in this case, it's not possible always to go and update in our DNS and SSH or in the database, right? Database server, any XYZ services. So for that overcome there, what we are going to go, we are going with elastic IP, which is over here. You got my point? Elastic IP. Check it away. You're able to find what elastic IP. Okay. This point is clear with you. Okay. So elastic IP, we have already discussed now. Okay. Now what we are going to do it simply, I will show you that part also. So let's stop this EC2 instance now, right? Note down this IP address. Okay. Let me just give in the browser. I hit over here. So now what we are doing, we are going to do it. We are going to stop this EC2 instance, right? Stop the EC2 instance. Sorry. What you have to do it, you have to check on this instance type and stop instance over here. It will form to that, or whatever the service you are using, but will be charged. That means only storage will be charged to it because this is on-demand prices. Okay. So if you check it over here, from that, this ID, whatever the ID we have, instance ID, okay, instant ID will be constant unless you delete your EC2 instance, right? It will not change anytime. Against if you want to communicate with your AWS for the billing, or you want to do any activity that will be against for this virtual machine, this is a constant which will not be changed. So if you check it here, that has been stopped, right? To stop. If you start, you're able to find that one IP address has been lost. Now what I will doing, I'm going to start this EC2 instance again. Okay. So it's taking some time, right? So let me just click on this. So it's saying that IP address. Now you're able to find that one public IP address had been issued, right? So what is that? 13,246. What was before, right? 13,180, right? Means how that IP address constantly will change upon stopping the instance, rebooting the instance, right? In these two terms, we are going to lose the new IP if you're going with dynamic IP. That is standard IP which is provided by AWS. Now what I'm saying that no, this is not going to happen. What I'm going to do is that I will just take one static IP, one elastic IP, okay, because I want to always associate with my one EC2 instance, right? So let me just go over here. Let me just open that point also. So what I will say that, okay, by default, AWS is providing you 5 elastic IP, okay? In your quota, whenever you're creating AWS account with you, in your account, you will be having 5 elastic IP, right? Quota. This is a quota, that means is you have permitted for 5, but you have to request always for AWS for each elastic IP to be issued, okay? So you have 5 quota, but you are not used, okay? After 5 IP, you have to raise a ticket, one request to AWS, and you have to specify that we have consumed this, increase to 10, 20, 100, okay? So they will issue this elastic IP for the Mumbai region on your account, okay? So this request, you can raise it. So in this case, for any region, they have specified five elastic IPs. So what we will do it now, we will request one elastic IP. So if you check it over here, you'll be finding the dropdown. I don't have any elastic IP associated with this. If you check it over here, you'll be finding view details, release associated, and accept transfers, right? So first thing, you have to go for the allocate elastic IP. Then it's saying that take the pool of IP4 because we are going with IP4 address, right? Then it's saying AP South 1 because we are accessing this from Mumbai region. But then the tag, we don't require anything. So it's saying that global accelerator will provide elastic global IP that are announced worldwide by using any cache for AWS edge location. Okay. So this prompts, it's related to content delivery, right? CDN. But for our use case, we are asking one elastic IP from AWS. So click on allocate. So one elastic IP has been allocated here. So if you check it over here, right, you're able to find in the elastic addresses, you have only one elastic IP which is issued to your account. But do we have associated with any AWS EC2 instance resources? Let's see. Locate IP address, I received 13180, right? Elastic IP. Okay, that is public. Yes, fine. Elastic, they have allocated one ID for this elastic IP, which we have asked them. Then saying no record is found associated. We have not associated this IC associated instance with any of our EC2 instance. Our goal is to attach to this EC2 instance, which we have created with template, right? Now what we will do, we have just check the box over here. Okay, the IP address is over here, right? Just click over here. You'll be finding the drop down from the actions. They're saying that associate this elastic IP, right? So click on this associate elastic IP. Then it's showing the resource type, on which resource type you are going to associate this elastic IP. So what we are going to say, we are saying instance type is fine. It's saying that if you are associating any elastic IP with instance that have already associated instance, right? So it's saying that it will be replaced. Okay, new instance will be added. So the details for the simple terminology, if one instance is already associated with elastic IP, if I'm again proceeding with associating with this one, so what happened, the last one will be disqualified and the new elastic IP override with this one, and it will be updated with the new elastic IP. Okay, we got your point. We noticed your prompt information, right? So now here you'll be finding the dropdown. So now it's asking me on which EC2 instance I'm going to add, right? So here you'll be finding the instance ID, which we are going to add. So now my instance ID 090F, right? So what I'm doing, 090F, I'm going to check it out. Then the private IP will be taken from that instance of this 172.151. If we check it over here, you will be finding the private IP is the same, right? So it already fetched from the AWS resources. So now if we check associated, you're able to find that this elastic IP has been associated with your AWS services, right? EC2 is there. Now if you check over here, you're able to find this form was empty before. Now it has been filled everything. So now this ID of this EC2 instance is added over here. Okay, ID is over here, network is added, that is in the AP South 1, right? All the information has been added, right? So now what we have done, we have one elastic IP, we have asked for that, and it has prompted you also that elastic IP has been associated with instance this, right? To remember that elastic IP, if you're stopping your instance or running your instance, there is a charge for elastic IP. They are charging usually $3 to $5 for one IP address from AWS. Okay, this is a billing process for the testing reason. After this tutorial, we will delete this. Okay, so if you check it over here, 13.20.180, right? So now if you go back over here, you're able to find that the IP is not get reflected with the new changes. So whenever you're going to refresh now, you're able to find that the IP address has been changed. Let me just check, uncheck. Yes. Okay, 13.180. Let me just check it out. Yes, this is the elastic IP that has been we have added. Now the point is that why we have added is that we were stopping or rebooting your instance. We were losing the elastic IP, right? So now I just have initiated to check it out. Does I'm going to lose any elastic IP or replaced one new IP for my EC2 instance, right? So it's taking time for the stopping. It's taking some time to stop your EC2 instance, right? Usually it will turn down your EC2 instance, then it will stop, make this EC2 instance in the stop state. Okay. The points we were going to add over here is that, when I'm going to restart this EC2 instance, the same IP address which I have allocated elastic IP, right? You are finding here when elastic IP is associated with this EC2 instance, that is reflecting over here, right? So let me refresh this part. Yes. Click on this, then it has already put in 180, right? See, if you check it here, this EC2 instance what we have created, that is in the stop state. Okay. Still, you will to find that the IP address is not been linked to AWS. The reason is that we have already booked this IP address using Elastic IP portal, right? With this service, we have already asked for AWS, so they have given this IP address only for my AWS, for my account, that is Asim, right? Which we have created for AWS. So it has been logged by myself. Now, what happened when I'm going to restart this EC2 instance? You're able to find that I'm still able to use this EC2 instance services using the same elastic IP which are available in my account. Okay, so if you refresh over here, then this is in the running stage, right? Pending stage. Now the prompt has been changed, right? The EC2 instance which we have added, created 0907, that is in the running stage. If you check it over here, you're able to find that the IP address is already the same, so it's not changing anything. This is how you can just take this, you can associate this elastic IP to your EC2 instance, right? So now the one more point is that when I don't want this EC2 instance, right, because it's for the testing, so I'll click just over here, right? I'll go for the action. Then what we have done to associate with this, right? First, what we did, we requested in AWS, right, for elastic IP. Then I have associated this elastic IP to EC2 instance, right? Then afterwards, what we did, we accesses this EC2 instance, right? Just to note the when we are going to release this, it has to be in the reverse way. Okay. So first thing what we are going to do is we are going to just disassociate, right, elastic IP. So it will claim that this elastic IP is disassociate, right? Disassociate, right? Elastic IP, the instance IP which was associated with this one, right? So click on this, okay, disassociated. So now if you check it over here, you're finding everything is black. It means this is unused elastic IP. So now what I'm going to do it, I'm going to release this to AWS back. Okay. So now what I'm going to do, release elastic IP. So it's prompting that this is elastic IP. This was the allocation ID. The address was the public. So I'm saying that please release this to AWS. So now if you check it over here, then it's showing that there is no elastic IP is in your request. So it's successfully released. Now if you check it over here, if you refresh, you're able to find that we have lost that IP address, right? Because that is not in my account. So it is released to AWS. AWS can provide to another user of AWS services, right? Anyone who has requested, they can provide to anyone. So this is how you can allocate one elastic IP, associate and disassociate based on one use case, right? So this part we already covered. So now then the second part, the next what we are going to see is, right, after here. So now the thing is that, this all the points what we have discussing, spot requests, sharing plans and reserve registers, this is associated with the plan and the payment steps, right? AWS is providing multiple options. You can go with on-demand one, right? We are going with on-demand now. Whenever I want to on my EC2 instance, I'm going to use it. Then I'm keeping in stop state or delete state. Okay, this is called on-demand. Then another price we have spot request, right? And we have saving plan. Like if I'm going for T family, T2 micro, T4, then at the time I can ask for them for the proper discount. So they are giving proper like 60% discount on all your EC2 instances. And that is counted as 720 hours, right? 720 or 750 hours. Okay, then reserve instance. If I'm going for dedicated, that I'm going to use this application, right? This EC2 instance always to serve my website, right? Web application, always 24/7. At the time I can go and ask them, please provide me one reserve instance of this family, right? T2 mic, let's say T2 large, and I'm going to be committed for 1 year, right? 1 year. So what they will do it, they will provide you the discount. The same way, like if you're going for any mall and you say that I want this shop, right, for 1 year, then you will make a deal as a lease, right? You'll say, okay, for 1 year, and instead of paying 10K per month, please pay 100, like 80K for a year. Okay, so they'll give you one proper discount, 80K for 1 year. So this is how the same applicable with AWS also. When you are going for the reserve instances, they will give you proper discount. If you want dedicated hosted is referred to that this whatever we are using, we are taking EC2 instance from the Mumbai region. As I mentioned, this region Mumbai, right? So we have from there, we have public cloud. Okay, it's not dedicated, it's open for public. In this scheme, dedicated hosted, they provide you like a console security, right? In the sense, this is public, right? If I give you the example as, let's say the hotel, right? I'm looking for a room, hotel, right? So what I want, I'm going for the first floor, then I'm booking one room as first floor, one room, right? So now I'm saying that, okay, fine, I'm facing difficulty from a family because there is a 9 rooms associated, they are making distance, right? So what I say, instead of taking one room, I will take everything, all this one floor completely. So I'm taking this complete floor, so I'm not getting disturbed by anyone because I'm VVIP person, right? Maybe I have some specific protocols or XYZ. The same thing happened with AWS also. If you want any dedicated host, right? If you have dedicated host for your AWS, right? For your web server, right? For your web server, if you want dedicated data center, right? Separate special VVIP data center, then you can book with this. Then you'll have separate price for that. Then you have enhanced security. End of the day, you'll find more secure. So that kind of thing can be easily possible. But also used in when we are going with application handling with any military organization or any special organization, right? If you're going serving any special thing to this image, we will try to understand what the AMI Amazon machine image is solving. Okay. This is Amazon machine image. AMI stand for Amazon machine image. Okay. So what problem does Amazon is solving? Okay. So as I mentioned, Amazon is what you're doing on when I'm creating one EC2 instance, right? On the EC2 instance, what I'm going to do, first I'm going to take operating system, right? Ubuntu OS, right? On top of that, what I'm going to do it after accessing, let's say my one EC2 instance is there. This is the EC2 instance, right? One EC2 instance I have taken, that EC2 instance serving my website, okay, for use case. So what I have done, I have done every single work on this, right? So let's say what I have done, I have installed Node.js on this EC2 instance because I required the application, my website is written Node.js. On top of that, I have installed PM2 also as process manager to have the runtime logs and everything. On top of that, what I have done, I have installed Docker, for example, to containerize my application. Then after that, what I've done, I have installed my application, right? Application, right? Containerization. So let's say image. I have created one image. Then with that image, I have created one container, right? Container. Okay. And that container I'm serving as using, let's say I'm serving with the Nginx. Fine. So these all steps I have done it, right? To execute these all steps, I have taken almost 14 days, right? For example, 14 days. Okay. So let me add this also the point. So what happened? This work has been taken for me is 14 days. Okay. Now the thing is that what does AWS is providing? AMI, right? AMI, what the problem is solving. The thing is that whatever you have in the EC2 instance, you can create a one image. Like if you're taking one, you're capturing some of the visuals, right? In your phone, if you're taking one a photo, right? You're capturing something, right? You're capturing the visual of that. Let's say I'm in the hills area, I'm taking a photo. That means I'm capturing that view of that mountain or the hilly area in my mobile using image. The same thing happens by using Amazon image, right? I'm going to capture whatever is there in this EC2 instance in the form of AMI. Okay. So now what AMI was solving is that whatever you have resources, everything, it will take a snapshot of that, right? Sorry, is take a snapshot of that and it will create one AMI image. Okay, image. So whatever you have dependencies and whatever you have created files and everything that will be captured. So while creating this, what it will do, it will take a complete capture of your drive. That means EBS, whatever you have attached EBS volume, okay, volume that will be added over there. Okay, this point is also clear. So what does this problem the solving? What why is required is that when you're going for the disaster, right? Disaster recovery. Let's say suddenly something happened to my EC2 instance. I lost this EC2 instance for XYZ reason, any reason. Okay. So I'm going to do these things. I required how many days? 14 days again. So instead of doing everything, I will take this image and I will create one new EC2 instance, right? So this problem can be solved with disaster recovery can be handled with AMI. Okay. The second thing, what it can be happening, it can happen for launch autos for scaling, right? Scaling manually, right? Manually. Let's say suddenly I was taking one EC2 instance, I was serving for asim.com, right? Suddenly I feel that, I have to be high availability so that whenever I'm going to availability of my website, right? Whenever anything happen for this EC2 instance, what is hosted in Mumbai, okay, any attack happen, any tsunami, anything happens, right? Any attack of like a terrorist attack or something happened to this region, anything happened to the data center, right? So I'm saying that no, my website is very high, very precious to me because I'm serving all the content 24 into 7 to my users. So what I want to do it, I want high availability. So I have decided that I will be hosting one more EC2 instance, right? EC2 instance from the US East, right? And I'm going to deploy my application over there. Okay. So at that time, I'm going to repeat this step even for the 14 days again, right? Instead of this doing everything, I will take this AMI of this EC2 instance, what I have created, and I will create one more EC2 instance. So whatever we have, so that will be replicated over here. So replica set, for example. Okay, everything whatever I have configured, that will be replicated over. Let's say I have taken Ubuntu operating system, the same will be coming all the Node.js, PM2, Docker, image, container, everything. For use case, I have done over here is to show you now. We will go with the Sonar Cube. Okay, Sonar Cube, right? So Sonar Cube and the image and everything, Docker, Sonar Cube, image and container, right? Container, everything will be it ultimately it will create while creating EC2 instance from the AMI. Okay, so what happened? It is solving our disaster recovering, scaling. Also, I'm taking this AMI instead of one, I can create 1,000 also, right? I can create 1,000 n n numbers of EC2 instance. I can use it, right? Okay, even you can create a EC2 instance AMI and can share with your colleagues, right? Colleagues are somebody else resources also. Then afterwards, what it's providing, that it's solving the time consuming, right? Time consuming, so that without wasting a time anything, I can create n numbers of EC2 instance with all pre-request, right? Pre-configured things. Okay, so let's see now this part in the tutorial, right? In the demo, in the lab way. Now, if you check it over here, So what we have done, we have taken one EC2 instance, AMI, right? We have created one AMI. From the AMI, we have created one EC2 instance. What I am able to find, I want to find Docker. I find over there in the EC2 instance, I find the SonarQube installed, images there, containers there, everything, whatever that exists over here, that is replicated over here. Okay, so AMI is solving the problem of like a backup, complete backup, disaster recovery, scaling manually or automation, right? AMI we can share with any users, also with other friends. We can say the name of AMI, so everything will be completed. Like it is public or private. Instead of going and installing all the dependency, just go and run your AMI. You're able to execute all your steps, right? So this part is successfully done. So the next topic, if I'm going over here, right, I'm able to find one image. Okay, so what is image? Amazon machine image. So basically what we will do it, instead of taking like whatever the resources I'm having over here. Okay, so if you check it over here, I have this EC2 instance, right? I have one EC2 instance. Okay, on that I have operating system Ubuntu, right? Then after that, what I have done, I have installed Node.js, because my application is installed, written as Node.js. Okay. After that, what I have done, I have installed database also. Let's say MySQL inside this EC2 instance. Okay. Then I have added Jenkins also, for example. Okay. This is one EC2 instance, right? So what step I have done after, but I have installed Ubuntu OS, because we have clicked Amazon image of Ubuntu operating system, right? Then I have installed EC2 Node.js on this, and the MySQL database Jenkins, and I have converted this EC2 instance to my website, right? Web server, to provide one website. So now what happened? I have one EC2 instance, right? Now let's say what I'm going to do, my traffic has been enhanced, right? To provide high availability, right? To provide high availability of my application in case of any disaster happen, at the downtime of this website, right? asim.com, right? So what I'm doing, I'm going to create one more EC2 instance in another region. Let's say I'm creating this is in the Mumbai, right? So what I'm doing, I will create it, this is in the US. Okay. So now what if I want to create the same thing, what I'm going to do it, I'm going to take one more EC2 instance manually. I'm going to install Node.js. I'm going to install MySQL. I'm going to install Jenkins CI/CD pipeline. XY things we are going to do it. Okay. So now to develop this application, like to configure this application, deploy all the thing, configure, it took me like 1 week of time, right? So am I going to do the same thing over here? No. In this case, AWS has provided you AMI service, right? Amazon machine image. So what happens? We are taking an image out of this EC2 instance. In this instance, whatever we have installed, everything will be automatically will be taken one shot of one image, and it will be stored in your account. So whenever I'm going to create, first step, what we'll do, we are going to create one AMI of this EC2 instance, whatever we have configured. With this AMI, I'm going to create one more EC2 instance of this same thing. So whenever you have duplicacy, you want to duplicate your task, right? Or you want to get it auto scaling or disaster management, then we are going with Amazon machine image. It can be automated, that can be manually done. Okay, if that is clear to you. So now what we are going to do it, we are going to check how this thing will go. If you're going for Amazon AMI machine, right, owned by me is 0, because we have not created any Amazon machine. Now if you check for the private image, I'll be finding 0. If you create on the public image, then you will find there is a public image of Ubuntu or everything, what we have already used to create this virtual machines, right? So the step what we will do it is, simply we'll go and we'll create one EC2 instance now. Okay, so which EC2 instance do you want to create? So let's say, for example, in the SonarQube I have created before. Here what we have done, we have installed Docker inside this, and we have installed SonarQube, everything. So simply what I'm going to do it, I'm going to drop down this, selecting this EC2 instance, right? So after that, action, if you go here, image, right? So if you check it over here, it's showing that create image. So what I'm going to do it, I'm going to create one image. So image name, what you are going to get, sonar AMI. Okay. So I'm giving a sonar AMI. Okay. Now it's showing that you have already 10 GB of size for this EC2 instance. I'm saying, okay, keep it same. So click on this. So what happened is going to tag image, right? I'm saying that name is equal to sonar. Okay. Sonar cube. So I can search easily, right? So what happened? I will just click create image. So it's proceeded saying that currently AMI is from the instance. Check the AMI status before deleting the instance. So it's showing that if you're going to create a EC2 instance, even you can delete your EC2 instance also if you're creating Amazon machine image. Okay. So now on this tab, if you go here, so what I was owned by me was 0. Now able to find that one initiate has been done. Sonar image, one EC2 instance image is getting created, right? It's in the pending stage. If you check it over here, it will make it successful, right? Whenever successful, we can use for creating one more EC2 instance of pre-configured, whatever we have configured in this EC2 instance. The same will be while recovering or creating one EC2 instance. With this AMI, we can get all the things, whatever is available over there. If you check in here, it will show you whatever the process, right? 20%, 44, it should be 100% completed. Okay. So now one more, the point what we are going to check it out now. Let's go and check our AMIs. Okay. If you check it over here, the AMI, right, which we have initiated for creating AMI, you're able to find the status is available. So this is how you can create a EC2 instance. From this AMI, what we have done, right, we have created one EC2 instance. With that EC2 instance, I have created one AMI, right? With that AMI, I can create one more instance, right? EC2 instance. Okay, whatever that whatever the application or whatever libraries you have installed in this, everything will be retained over here. Okay, so now what I'm doing, I'm checking over here action. After the action, what I'm saying, launch instance from AMI, right? So just click on the launch instance. So it will take test sonar cube, because we have used sonar cube, right? And everything has been created from their instance type. The key pair, I can take it an exiting new one or any one pair. So what we have installed recently, I think I have taken test, right? So let me check download one template. Okay. So here what I'm going to do it, I'm going to click template. Okay. I can use existing key pair or I can create now. VPC and everything, I'll keep it default. Traffic also default, 10 GB also is fine. Click on the launch instance. So now if you check it over here, it has taken all the pre-configured, right? Whatever the available for the EC2 instance that has been taken. Now what we will do it now, this EC2 instance is created from AMI. Okay, if you check it over here, right? So this has been installed, right? The name which you have given. Now if you click on this, one new IP has been given, right? Now if I check it over here in the SSH client, we will try to check this, right? I'll go over here, I'll give the year. Now how do we going to connect that Ubuntu we have used? So by default it will be Ubuntu. The key which I have downloaded is in a download folder. So let me go to the download folder, click on this and click OK. So now if you check it over here, right, sudo su. Okay. Now if I check a docker -v, right? See, you're able to find that Docker is already installed on this. Okay. Now docker ps-a, you're able to find one sonar cube, one Docker images also is there, one Docker container also is there. Let's say Docker image, right? Docker image. Sorry, Docker images. So if you find that one Docker images also is in, but the use case is that I have not installed anything in this server. If you check the IP over here, 6557. Okay. So to validate my point, is over here, right? The same IP address. So whatever you have in EC2 instance, right? That you can create a one image, right? One image, Amazon image, With that image, you can create any number of EC2 instances with the pre-configures to reduce the time. Now, first point, what we are going to say, this spot, right, is the Amazon machine, right, AMI. If we are taking a AMI of this EC2 instance, right, with that AMI, what we are going to get? We are going to get complete backup of OS operating system. That means, for example, on this EC2 instance, I have Ubuntu, right, operating system has been installed, right. That completely will be taken. If you have any security group also, that also will be backup of EC2 instance, right, in this use case, that you are going to get inside this EC2 instance, right. You have attached one hard drive, right, hard disk, that is EBS volume, as well as EBS volume backup also will be generated, right. So in that EBS we have like code, right, code, different operating system, different programming language, right. Programming language is installed, let's say Node.js, for example, like Jenkins, right. If you have a Jenkins tool installed on this, right, is a software, right. Jenkins, SonarQube, Docker, whatever you have installed on this EC2 instance, that will be backup as well in the term of AMI snapshot. Okay, so this is a different this is use case if you're going with Amazon. So let's try to understand what happened if you're going with only snapshot of EPS, right. If I'm going to create the snapshot of only the hard disk, so it will take the backup of only the hard disk which has attached to this EC2 instance, right, which is attached to this ECNI. In this EBS, it can be the same thing, Node.js, right, Jenkins, any application, right, source code available in this, everything is available. So that backup will be done, but there will be no backup of configuration of EC2 instance, right, like Ubuntu operating system or any another operating system. That thing will be eliminated in this part. So based on the use case, we will select what kind of backup we require, right. So if you check in the basic concept, the difference between these two is that, the purpose of AMI is to launch EC2 instance. As I said, that if I'm going to, after taking Amazon image, I'm going to create anything out of that image, right, Amazon, then I'm going to create one EC2 instance, right. Within that EC2 instance, the drive which have taken the backup, that will be restored. Okay, so it will launch EC2 instance, whereas in this there is no such connection between with EC2 instance. Okay, so in this part there will be no backup of EC2 instance image. Okay, so all be backup of the data whatever available on this EC2 instance drive, that will be backup. The components, as I say, that it will take the backup of operating system also as well in AMI. Here no, only the single data of the drive, whatever the drive we have attached is attached to this instance, the data will be backup. The use case, if you want to create the VM, okay, complete VM with the hard drive and everything, then you have to go with Amazon machine. Okay, if you're going to take only the backup of your hard disk, right, that means EBS volume, and you want to restore as a backup, as a best practice, right, uh, backup as a disaster recovery also, then you have to go with the snapshot of EBS. Okay, then another case, use case as already mentioned, then creation from one instance snapshot, multiple volumes can be created. As mentioned that, with this image AMI, we can create as well as a virtual machine, as well as we can create multiple snapshot, right, with the snapshot also. Okay, whenever you take one image AMI, obviously one snapshot will be created for EBS also. As I said that, if you're going with this, it will take OS system backup, then it will take the backup of those snapshot of your hard drive also, right, as I mentioned here. So it will have two backups, one for the operating system, right, and ultimately it will be linked one snapshot with this AMI. Okay, uh, and whatever the backup we are taking, that will be stored from the AWS in S3 bucket. Okay, but that is not directly accessible. Okay, this is the access will be restricted for the users. This is controlled with the AWS itself. So for the information, only that all the backup what is the AMI is creating, that will be stored in S3 bucket of AWS controlled. Okay, here whatever you are taking backup, that incremental backup will be created with S3 bucket. That case, incremental backup also we can take it in this part. So if you check it of the pricing, right, so you can create multiple Amazon machine images. There is no worry for that. When you're creating EC2 instance out of Amazon AMI, right, AMIs, then the charges will be applicable. If you're creating AMI and storing in your account, there is no charges applicable to that. Okay, But in this case, you are taking the backup of your hard drive, right? For example, if I have a 8 GB of storage attached to this EC2 instance, so I'm taking a volume of this, right? Backup. So that 8 GB will be allocated in my account. So this charges only will be applicable, okay? At the rest also. The full system image will be done. As I mentioned that full system, whatever you have EC2 instance, complete include with operating system and the EBS volume, everything will be taken complete system backup, right? As an image. But here only the hard drive EBS will be taken the backup, okay? And it can create multiple, it can be created from snapshot, right? It can create volume, not instant. As mentioned that, it can create the snapshots, right? It can get from the EMI. The snapshot also will be created of this. I will show you in this lab, don't worry about that. Whereas in this you can create only the volume, like EBS is the volume, right? Not instance. We cannot create instance of this. If you want to mount this EBS volume, right? So what we have to do it, we have to create one EC2 instance, right? We have to create EC2 instance, then we have to create one EBS volume out of this snapshot, right? With this snapshot, I'll create one storage, right? Volume. That volume I will be attaching to EC2 instance, okay? But in this case, no, we don't worry. OS operating system will be there directly when we are creating AM from the image, right? One EC2 instance, new EC2 instance. Automatically, it will take operating system and the volume itself, it will be attached, all the things, whatever link. So it will reduce our time, things and everything, right? If you're going for Amazon mission. But depend on the use case. If you want to take only like to cover the disaster management, to enhance your backup, right? Backup policy, patching work, everything, we'll go with snapshot. If you want to take complete backup of your complete system snapshot, then you have to go with Amazon AMI. Okay, hope that is clear to your point. What's the difference between these two? These two are the features of EC2 services provided by AWS. Okay, these two has different things which I will cover in this lab itself. Let's proceed for that. Now what we will going to do it, now we will go and we will create a one snapshot. Click on the snapshot over here. When you are going to check over here, I have one snapshot which I have created before, right? So if you check it here, it's showing that one created image, sorry, this is linked with AMI. Okay, this is for the different use case, but let's remove this. Now what I will do it, I will go to the volumes, because we are taking the volume snapshot, right? So I will click on this over here, right? So let's say I want to take the snapshot of sonar cube, right? Sonar cube EC2 instance attached allied volume, right? So let me just show you that also, what I have instance over here. Okay, one instance I have, that is sonar cube with the name. Okay, the ID is 45. On that I have a one hard disk storage. If you click on the storage over here, you'll be finding one storage attached. The volume ID is 33. Okay, the volume ID is 33 over here, right? It's showing everything. So what I want to do it, I want to take a snapshot of this volume, right? Just click on this, then the option is giving over here create snapshot. Click on the create snapshot, then it's asking that give the name. I'm saying that sonar cube snapshot testing, right? Testing. So it's asking me if you need to tag anything, something else. So I will give over here, right? Name. Okay, so tag I'm giving for my reference. I'll create the snapshot. So what happened, it started creating one snapshot. So where do we will find that snapshot? That will be finding over here in the snapshot feature. Okay, click on the snapshot, you will be finding over here, it will take loading. So the snapshot started initiating. Okay, so if you check it over here, the process is saying that it is completed, right? If you check the time also, that you have just now, right? And what happened, it has taken complete snapshot. If you check over here, you're able to find that whatever we are doing is that completely backup has been done, right? One created, one snapshot is taken. So if you check it over here, as I mentioned that, one snapshot ID is associated 10 volume, whatever the volume was there in the EC2 instance, right? The volume was 10 GB, the same drive space has taken, and it's showing that completed, and it has giving the time and available also. Now what we have done, we have created one snapshot from Sonar, right? Sonar Cube snapshot we have created. Now what we will do it with this snapshot, okay? We have to create, if you go for the flow, right? What we have to do it, we have created EC2 instance one snapshot, right? A snapshot of that. With the snapshot, what we are going to do it, we are going to create one more volume, right? We are going to create one more volume. So what we will do it, I will create with this one, I will take the action and I will say that create a snapshot, right? Create a volume from this snapshot. Okay. So I'll click a snapshot over here and I'll go with everything. The default one is saying 10 GB. I cannot go below that because it's over is 10, right? The snapshot itself is 10. So I can increase, but I cannot decrease the actual whatever the snapshot is available. I'll keep everything default. Everything is fine. Then I'll stick on this, right? Do I need anything? Create volume. So now new volume is getting created. Okay. So the new volume, if you go over here in the volumes, right? I'm in the volumes. Let me just open the volumes, right? If you check over here, you're able to find that one new volume has been created. Now the volume is getting initiated is available, right? If you check it in the drop down, I have just created this volume, right? The date is 17 today. So if you check it down over here, you're able to find that is available, but not assigned to any EC2 instance, right? When assigned to any instance. But if you want to assign this volume to any EC2 instance, okay, then what you have to do it, you have to create one EC2 instance, then you have to attach this volume to that. Okay, let's try and do that part also. Okay, so what we will do it, we will go into the instance, right? I'll do it launch instance and I'm saying that a snapshot testing, right? Because as I mentioned over here, right, if you're creating a snapshot, right, creating a snapshot of the hard drive, right, EBS volume, then you are going to convert that written and you are going to create one volume out of that volume you have to mount on this EC2 instance, right? So I don't have any EC2 instance, right? So what I'm doing, I'm creating one EC2 instance. Here also I have to check operating system, right? Because in this case it's not taking operating system, right? As I mentioned over here, uh, well, hey, I have to select what operating system. In AMI, is taking complete backup of your system, include operating system, OS also, right? In this case, this is missing. So operating system I've selected. T2 micro is fine for me. Let's take T2 small or depend on my use case, right? I can take anyone. The key volume, I'll go with the later one, right? So testing, let me check what is the key I have used latest, right? Anyways, what we will do it, we'll create one new key pair like testing, right? Testing snapshot. Okay, create this key pair. I'll keep everything network, everything is as default. I'll keep SSH port for everyone. So here what we have to do it, we have to, okay, for this use case, what we will do it, just we'll keep 8 GB as it is, and I will tell you how to do it. First, what I'm doing, I'm creating one launch instance, right? One launch instance is created. So what my pre-request, I need one EC2 instance so that I can mount my backup the snapshot, right? Backup snapshot volume I can mount on this EC2 instance. So you just click on this EC2 instance, right? Then if you check over here, just check it out over here. Then you go for the storage, then you're able to find the ID of the storage, right? Volume is F08. Now if I'm going for volume over here, right, F08 is new volume which is assigned and created with this new instance, right? With the instance which I've created just now, snapshot testing. So if you'll find that 8 GB is attached, then FD2. So what I will do it, the practice is that I will deattach this one. So I'm saying that deattach volume, right? Deattach. Okay, so it's saying that unable to detail the remote volume for the instance. Okay, fine. So what I will do it, just I will keep this EC2 instance in the stop test so that I can deattach. Okay, so because it has to be in stop stage, right? Just I'm stopping this. Okay, it will take few seconds. It will change its instance stage to the stopping one, to the stop, right? If I refresh over here, it's taking 2 minutes and it has stopped my EC2 instance. Now what we will do it, we will go over here, and what I will do it, I will just I will check it over here again, right? This EC2 instance F08, right? It was a F08, right? 9F08, and I will, what I will do it, I will just deattach, right, the volume. So if you click over here, so successfully deattached. If you check it over here, then this will be blank now. Okay. Let me just refresh. Insufficient data. Let me refresh. Yes. See, if you refresh over here, you're able to find 9F08 volume, right? That is not attached to anywhere. So it's saying that you can attach anything. Now the practice is that we have deattached the over here, right? So what happened? We have one EC2 instance, right? We have EC2 instance. Now whatever the backup I have done of this snapshot of the volume, right? I have created one volume. That volume I will attach to EC2 instance, and I will check it out. Does I have recovered everything or no? So the best practice is that I have created this volume, right, out of snapshot. So I will go over here and I will click on the action. Then I will attach volume, right? Then click over here. Then the instance ID. So I will get the instance ID. The instance is 62DA, right? So I will go with this. Let me refresh. No, snapshot not. Just a second. I think I'm supposed to do this one, right? Okay. 62DA, right? This is the EC2 instance, right? EC2 is a DA. Then it's asking where I'm going to mount. I'm saying that for the reserve for route mount, right? The type of mount is in the /dev/HDA, right? This is type of mount. So we'll not go into deep into it, but you can go with this option, right? So it's basically for the Linux, the mount is dev SDA1. Okay, if you're going for the root volume. So attach volume. So it will take few seconds and it's prompting me that successfully attach volume of this 733 to instance 62DA. Okay, this 62DA. So now if you check refresh over here, you're able to find a new, right, volume ID, which is 733, right? If you check it over here, 733, before was 970, right? Now this is successfully done. Now after mounting everything, now what we will do it, we will start this EC2 instance, because we are doing recovery, right? We are trying to do it recovery of our data, right? So it will take few seconds and it will state up and running, right? After that, what will go into the details. Now what I'm going to do it, I'm going to show you that, and we will check and find that whatever we have configured before in taking snapshot, does we going to get it back or no, right? So I'll paste the IP over here, then I will give it Ubuntu, then I will be taking the key which I have generated just now while creating EC2 instance, right? Hit OK, hit OK. Now see, that's I'm successfully logged in this EC2 instance, right? Now, if you check it over here, I haven't done anything. Just what I have done is that, I have taken one EC2 instance on which the Docker was installed, right? Sonar Cube as a container, and I was having Docker image, Docker container, right? Uh, and different libraries was installed, right, on this. So for that, what I have done, I have taken the snapshot. With the snapshot, I have created one hard drive, that is ABS volume. That ABS volume, I have created new EC2 instance, right? New EC2 instance. Now we will check it out. Does we have everything over here? I'm going to recover in this EC2 instance or no, right? So now if I check over here, Docker -f version, right? So I'm able to find that Docker is installed, right? Did I install that? No. This is done by recovering from the snapshot and creating the volume. I'm attaching the volume to this EC2 instance. If I check Docker images, I should be able to find some images which was pre-exist over here. Okay, check it over here. This is pre-exist. If I check Docker PS, right, I'm should able to find one Docker container also is there. I can even start this Docker container. Don't worry about that. Docker start the container ID, right? Okay. Docker ps-a. So you're able to find one Docker container is up and running within the 3 seconds. If you want to access and show you that, it's we have completely backup and configure, and we have retained our our EC2 instance with the same state what it was in this state, right? Whatever it was at this state, right? At this state, I was having some application, for example. The same thing I'm going to recover over here, right? Same too. So I'm saying that SonarQube is my application for XYZ reason, right? So that I'm going to access and show you that yes, SonarQube also has been successfully backup and restored also, right? Using the snapshot way, right? Snapshot way. So if I'm checking over here, I'm able to see the security group because I have to enable 9000 port, right? So I'll just open this security port over here. Then I will open 9000 in the inbound rule. Now let me copy my server IP of this EC2 instance, recovery instance, right? Just paste it over there. Then I will give it 9000. Okay. So hit enter. You're able to see that, let me just check it out over here. Let me find what we have done mistake. Snapshot is done. Snapshot testing is done. EC2 instance. Let me refresh this. Let me check the security group. What I have enabled. I have enabled 9000. So I should be able to find this. Now let me see Docker ps-a, right? Up and running with the 9000. So what's has stopped? Why I'm not getting this? Just fine. Container Java. Okay, fine. That's not an issue. So SonarQube is working on 9000. So I should be able to find 9000, right? Yes. See, we are able to find that SonarQube is loading over here. We are able to successfully retrieve our data, whatever has been stored over here, right? It was at the time I was having here SonarQube application on this EC2 instance. In the form of backup, I have created one snapshot. With that snapshot, we have done, we have created one EBS volume. The snapshot is stored in our account, right? It will be there. With that snapshot, we have created one EBS volume. That EBS volume we have mounted on EC2 instance. Whatever we have pre-configured, like installed in this EC2 instance, we have replicated, we have restored over here. Okay. So this part you're going to cover with the topic difference of this. Okay. Using the credentials, I can log in it, but this is for the testing purpose, just I've shown you. So whatever the credentials was there in the previous before snap recovering, the same we have to log in over here, because complete structure will be backed. Okay. So after creating these resources, you have to delete whatever we have created. So this EC2 instance, I will delete it. The snapshot what I have created, because the snapshot is associated with the storage, right? So I will delete this part. Delete snapshot. I will say delete. I'll go for the volume, right? The volume I have created the time is this. So I will delete this also, two volumes, right? So just a second, let me just delete this, right? Delete volume, the one I have created before. This volume, right? This volume will be deleted with this EC2 instant itself. Okay. So I no need to create because it was attached with this EC2 instance, right? So if you check it over here, all states, if you refresh, you're able to find one EC2 instance is shutting down now, and whatever the resources was attached to that out will be terminated. Okay. So now if you're going for the official over here, you're able to find this is a AWS dashboard, right? Here you're going to find instance type. If you check on the instance type, you'll be able to find there is a lot of instance types available, right? Different families. right? T family, C family, A family, and T family. If you want to go B down, right, for the information, what type of services is going to provide, right? Which is our selection, right? Which family we are going to select and what requirement use case will be handling. So if you go on the official type, right, on the EC2 instance type, if you click on the general purpose, you're able to find this is the two families, that is M and 2 T family, right? This two comes in the general purpose, okay? If you check over here, general purpose families, they'll give all the specifications, right? The feature, they are going with the AWS Graviton 3 processor and the details, right? It's starting from one CPU and ending to up to 64 CPUs, right? 256 GB RAM, okay? The speed and everything will be specified. Now, if you check it down here, it's showing that if your use case building any open source software, share application server or microservices like gaming server or a mid data center like data storage, then you can go with the general purpose. Okay. If you're exceeding for any other purpose, like if you're going for like heavy type applications, right, which kind of like we require the high performance computing, right, batching provide like for ad serving or video encoding softwares you have, or you're going to deploy any game applications, right? Like if you have any analytics software, that kind of machine learning software, then you have to go with the compute optimization. Okay. So then we have another option also family for EC2 instance, that is memory optimized. That is R7 to high memory, right? If you go down, this also comes with a one CPU to 192 CPUs. You're starting from one and the RAM is 156 such cover up. And what the use case is going to handle that memory intensive workloads such as open source database. Right? And if you have a database, like if you're going Postgres database or something like this, if you require memory caching or big data, right? You're storing like a big data, your application has a big data analytics, right? Like a big data or anything kind of application you're hosting on that or database, then you can go with this kind of EC2 instance. The same with the storage, right? The storage have its own specific own quality, right? And then if you say that if you are hosting any optimized, right, IO like in transferring, right? And if you're going with a Postgres database or SQL database, you're hosting on that virtual machine, Apache web server or Spark, the transition database, then you can take this storage optimized and you can host on that. Okay. And you have another one is HTPC optimized. They are saying that, this is HPC, which basically used for network backbend. Okay. Like VPCR S3. So this kind of thing, mainly we are going with, S3 family, in a use scale S3, M3. If you're going for any heavy application, then usually we'll go with the memory optimized. If you're going for any big data kind of things, or you're going to enlarge your gaming application you're going to host, then you're going with this family. So usually you're going with the three kind of families, right? So let me add that point also. So in the real-time scenario, you're going with T family, okay? You're going with M family, okay? These are general purpose, which will handle all maximum your workloads. If you require for any cost of optimization, right? If you require more powerful servers, virtual machine, then we're going with the C family. This is a compute, right? It will provide you enhanced speed, right? Then you can switch with these four options. So basically, this type three types can handle your part. Okay. But the second part, if you're going with how you're going to check now the pricing of this. Okay. There's two way. One, if you go of any selection of this kind of things, then you're able to find the pricing already I've given. If you scroll down over here, you'll be able to find that the pricing has been given over here, right? The pricing is given as 0.0496, that is in US dollar, right? If you're going with the Linux, then there's a pricing. If you're going for Windows operating system, right? You're selecting Windows Server, then the price will be this one, right? The configuration will be the same. Okay, T2 medium type, but the like operating system will be hosting Windows on that, right? The pricing will be different. If you're going for Red Hat, then the pricing will be this one. Okay. If you're going with any another one, demand SU, right, or Linux operating system, then it will be this one. So they are given four different prices, right, based on the thing. But this, as a DevOps engineer, you have to provide the cost optimization. In this case, we have to give the quotation or the forecast of the cost what is going to be happen, right? If, for example, let's say in our case, we have required T2 medium, right? T2 medium, 10 Linux servers, right? So 10 Linux servers we require. So what will be the pricing for this for on demand, right? So we have to give the pricing for the on demand price. So on demand is covered when we are running the instance, then the pricing will be applicable. In this case, AWS is providing one option. If you go for the pricing option, right here there is a one option that AWS pricing calculator. Okay, if you click on this one, do that you can create two options, right? Either you can go and chat with them, or you can create your own estimation, right, to have the forecast of you. In this case, they will ask you all the details, right? Like we are going with the Mumbai region, so we will select Mumbai, right? The region as we have selected the default specific region, and I'm going for the services at EC2. So just search EC2, then configure EC2. Then it's from me that what type of instance you are using. I'm using Stair instance because I'm not going for dedicated or the host, right? But the pricing will be high. Then I'm saying that I want Linux operating system. You have different options over here. Windows Server, Linux with SQL, right? Red Hat, SQS as a shown over here also, right? The pricing you have four options. The same way you have the options here with the multiple options. But in our option, what we are going with this simple Linux, right? Linux. And the number of instances, as I say that is a 10 or 1, right? Just we'll select one first, then we'll go with that option. Now they are asking what type of instance family you're looking for. The instance family, as I say that we are going with the T2, T family, right? So in our case, we will say T2, okay? Let's say 3, right? T3 family, okay? So here what we have selected is for, let me just see T2, right? So let's take T2 only, just to have, yeah, in better view, right? So here you will be seeing that I have selected T2, right? And CPU, how many we want? If you check it over here, we were going with 2 CPU, right? So it's just coming with the 2 CPU. In this case, you'll give the options of selecting in this way, or else you can go directly and you can check it out. So in my case, I was selecting T2 medium, right? So let me cross check what we have selected, T2 medium. Okay, T2 medium. Then it's showing you that what kind of CPU is coming with the 2 CPU and the memory 4 GB RAM, and the network is low to moderate, right? EBS storing, like EBS volume, it's fine. And the pricing is given 0.496. Okay. So it's showing that, 63% is the pricing. You can see if you're going for that, another option that I will show you now. Okay. Now, after selection this thing, then it's proving you that there's a pricing options given from AWS. Now, the compute saving plan, like if you check it over here, this is applicable when you're going with complete with T2 family, okay? But in our use case, we are saying we are going with the on-demand. That on-demand is applicable when I'm going to start the instance, then the price is applicable. If I'm keeping the instance with the closing state, then there'll be no charges for that, okay? Or else we can go with the reserve instance also. That part we will cover on later part, okay? But in this case, we can say that we are going with the on-demand, right? So if you're going with the on-demand, if you click on this channel, then you're able to find that price for this is $36.20. Now our projection was to have 10 instances, right? 10 instances, okay? 10 instances, so you're able to find the pricing has been changed, right? The pricing will be now for the 10 instances, $326 USD, okay? Now in this case, if you're going for the optional, of course we required we required the storage, right? So in this case, let's say for each instance 10 also. So I'll say that let's add 100 GB storage. Okay. So calculation 100 GB storage will be 92 USD, right? This says 100 GB into 10 instances. So in this case, what I will do it, I will split this as a 10 GB storage I required for one USD instance, or for the standard way, I will keep 20 GB. So at the time it's saying 18 GB, 18 USD is applicable for you. Monitoring, we don't require, right? The monitoring for CloudWatch is a reference to that. Okay, data transfer is optional. Additional cost is optional. Now, if you check it overview, what we have selected up to now is that we have selected T2 micro, T2 medium, sorry, and we have selected 10 EC2 instance. Then we added 20 GB for each EC2 instance, right? Each EC2 instance, right? Then we have selected. Now, if you're going for one price, what is the price we are going to get it? We are going to get a total price as Total price, if you check it over here, you're going to find is, let me just show you how EC2 instance 360, right? EBS volume will be 1825. That means overall you are going to get 380, right? If you're going with on demand, right? On demand, we are going with 380, right? This I will just add it over here. Just a second, 380. So let's save and memory over here, right? Save. So now what you can do is, now you can just click over here and export this file as a PDF, right? So don't show this one quotation, right? Estimation quotation, which you can share with your organization as a projection, right? It will have all the details like 360 is the total cost. For a year, it will be this much cost. What does it include? If you go down here, you will be finding the details like number of visitors is 10. Okay, T2 medium you have selected. Pricing strategy, as I said, that we are going with on-demand price, right? 100% utilization per month, right? And after that, disable GB I have attached for EC2 instance. One EC2 instance I have attached. How much? Let's save this one. Okay, now what we will do it, we will add one more quotation to this point, right? Add new service or new quotation. So let's go and check the details. Now, if I'm going to edit this one, right? Let's say I'm going with the same thing. I'll go with everything, right? So the part. Now what we will do it, we will, the second phase, we will check with the saving plan, right? We will cross check with the saving plan what prices we are going to handle it, right? If you click on this, you're able to find that, is the editing option as given. Now what I'm going to do it, I'm just going with the same thing. Then I'm going with EC2 saving plan. Then my commitment key with 1 year. Then the price is 22.56, right? So if I check it over here, I'm able to find that, let me update this. It is saving my almost up to 50% of my cost, right? In this case, what happens is that I will explain that part also. I'm keeping everything, just I'm updating over here. So when I'm updating, my price got dropped to 246, right? So almost I'm saving like 50% of the price, okay? And here to 40 to 30% of the price, right? So in this case, what happened? There is two methods of taking, right, the pricing. When we are saying on-demand pricing, right? When we are saying on-demand pricing, that means we are committed that we are going to use this our server, this virtual machine into 24/7, right? So if you are using then the prices will be applicable, right? Or else the prices will be reduced, right? So the price what we have discussed about 300 plus, right? 300 plus was the price. Now with the saving plan, what happened? We are making a contract with AWS stating that we are taking your EC2 instance for continuous 24/7 for 1 year commitment. Okay, into 1 year. You can go with 3 years also based on your. At the time that EC2 instance, that virtual machine will be added to your account, and you will be receiving some discount about to 30 to 40% of your discount based on our selection of EC2 instance. Okay, here what commitment? If you use your EC2 instance, if you keep in the stop state, if you keep in your running state, doesn't matter. This pricing what we receive over here, right, the pricing which is able to find now, 246 will be 100% will be charged to you. Okay, 243, right? 243, this price will be 100% charged to you. Here in this case, it's not like this. If you're keeping your instance up and running, if you keep, then only the charges will be applicable, or else you can make it, you stop your instance, like, then there'll be no charges. In this case, what you can handle is that if the interviewers ask you how you're going to handle this situation, right? How you're going to select what kind of pricing option you're going with EC2, then you can say if you're going with any dev environment or the staging environment, right? At the time, or for the time being, if you're using for any case, then we'll go with the on-demand pricing, okay? If you know that our application is 100% 24/7, right? In the production environment, you'll go 100% with saving plan, okay? Saving plan, production. In the production, you're going to keep your application always 24/7 into 30 days, right? In the per month or year based on the application. At the time, you'll see that we are going to purchase our EC2 instance from AWS with the saving plans, right? That is a reserve extras plan, okay? So they hope this answers your question, the difference between two different pricing plans, right? One is on demand, when you're going, we are not unsure that, the environment will be always up and running, or the staging environment will be up and running, or it can be UAT, right? Or testing, right? It can be anything environment. There it can be optional that you can go with the on saving plan or on demand plan based on our use case. Okay, we can go with the bone on demand or reservation, that is saving plan reservation. But for the production, you have to go 100% with the reserved. Okay, reserve, that is saving plan. Okay, where you will be committed to AWS for 1 to 3 years based on your contract. It's same like if you're taking any shops from the malls, then you're going with the monthly, right? Monthly billing, then there'll be no charges. If you're taking yearly, then they will say that, okay, fine, this customer will be for 1 year. So we are assured that this customer will take my space for 1 year, my shop for 1 year, then I'll give it 20% discount or 30% discount. Okay, this same way applicable in this AWS also. Hope this is clear to your point. Okay, this is how you can create your quotation, right? Just click on this afterwards, export PDF. Then you're able to export your quotation, right? Whatever the forecast, it will show you that, export date is there, language is there, even the URL will be available, right? With this URL, if you share to your organization, they can search this with this URL, you'll get all the details. Okay. Let me copy this and I will show you what will happen. Just paste it over here. So directly what will happen, whatever the calculator I have, it will take you to that estimation only, right? So this is why, how they can go and cross check based on the use case. If you check it over here, right? Then, right? What is mentioning, just share instance, operating system with Linux, 10 EC2 instance, then we are going with T2 medium. Here what we have done, we are saying 1 year commitment we are doing with no payments, right? So 1 year commitment, enable nothing. Then we are going with the 20 GB storage. Then the pricing is coming 243 for 10 EC2 instance. Okay. If I'm going into the 1 EC2 instance, then it will be for 24.3 USD dollar, right? 1 USD dollar. Whereas in the EC2 instance, right? If you're going with the on-demand prices, then simply if you go and check this 0.046, right? Let me on this 0.46 into 720 hours in a month, right? So click enter, you're able to find just a second. $0.5, that is $35. Okay, it's coming $35 in this case. Here you're getting $24. Then it's coming off this one. If you're going with the changing of on demand, so it's coming 24. Here you're getting only $24. Okay, 24 and 35. So almost you are saving almost 30% of this price. Hope that answers. You can do your own customization. This pricing calculator is applicable for every calculation, right? I have used only use case for EC2 instance, right? In this case, you can go with the APIs also, flow, migration, right? Antenna, any kind of services. You can even Amazon Bedrock, that is used for MML, right? Machine learning protocols, right? Where you can use this Bedrock as your foundation to develop your machine learning application AI, right? So this is how you can create your estimation. You can share with your organization. Okay. The second topic we are going to cover. The topic is for creating how to create your lifecycle manager. So after the topic, what we have is that we have one lifecycle manager. Okay, this lifecycle manager is the same thing, but what it does is that you can create the policy in terms of policy, right? So let me just create a new policy so that I show you. Just go for new policy, right? If you want what type of what does it, whatever the step what we have done is now, that will be manually we have done the steps, right? I have gone and I have created one EBS snapshot, right? I have created a snapshot. With that I have did manually like creating what I have done is I have just ये कट कर देना यहाँ तक, हाँ. Manually what I've done, I have logged into AWS account, right? AWS account. Then I have navigated to this EC2 instance. Then I have gone to create one snapshot of this EC2 instance, right? EC2 instance, I have created one snapshot. Okay. The step what I have done is everything is manually, right? But at the time, what we say that we have created one policy in our organization that every week, right? Every week there'll be one backup of this production environment EC2 instance, right? If it is in the, let's say, the production environment, I need a backup for the DRS, right? Disaster recovery and disaster recovery, right? So for that, I required weekly on the Sunday. For example, I need Sunday one backup. So Sunday I'll not be available because that's not working day for me. Right? Usually what we will do in the working hours in the noon time, in the night, midnight, we are taking the backups to make sure that the service not disturbed for our customers. So in the midnight also, nobody will be available to take the backups. So in this case, what we are doing, we are doing automation of the backups using a policy. Okay, the policy of that. Okay. Now we'll check it out how to create that policy. So if you go for the lifecycle manager, check custom policy, create next, right? Snapshot, create next. Then it's asking me that, or if you want to take volume, complete volume backup or instance backup. Now let's say I'm saying that volume backup, right? So what I'm doing, I'm taking the name. So I have to check it out which instance I'm going to take it. Okay. I'm saying that take SonarQube instance, right? Because I have two instances, right? Which instances I have? I have Grafana and SonarQube, right? So in this case, what I'm doing, left side one is I'm saying that I want SonarQube, right? SonarQube servers volume, right? So, but the point is that do I have any tag over there with the name SonarQube, right? We will check that name, then we will go with the name SonarQube, right? So let me go in the volume. So before that, we will check one more time that, what the instance we are going to backup. SonarQube, right? Click on the SonarQube and we will say, do I have any tags over here? No tags. So just I will add a one tag with the name, right? Because at the end of the day, it will search this name, right? Name and the value. So what I'm saying, the name should be and the value should be this value, right? I'm giving the tag. So in the policy, what happened, whatever the tag, the same tag is available in the EC2 instance, right? Or the volume, the same tag will be backup. So you can keep this name for all the tags. With all tags, whatever assigned to the resources, will take complete backup of all the instances. Like if you have multiple volumes, you have to take a backup. So from there, you have to add the tag name is equal to SonarQube. Okay, name is equal to SonarQube. We are adding the tag over here. Just add, right? Save it. So we added the tag over here successfully. So now if you check it over here, we added this one, right? So let's add over here. The name is equal to SonarQube. I will say that, and this is daily backup, right? So this is done, everything enabled, and the schedule I'm giving everything, right? After that, the time what we have to give is you have to give in UTC, right? The UCT time is 9. Time is 14:51. Keeping, right? Every 1 hour, right? I'm saying that at the 14:25, let's create one backup of my EC2 instance. I'm saying that keep this conf5 retention, how many cons you want to keep. The last fifth line, last fifth, sixth one will be deleted. So review policy and modified everything. Let's create this policy now. Okay. So the policy, if you check it over here, right, which you have created just now is a daily backup, right? Delete this. You should not get any confusion over this. So I'm just deleting it, right? So this policy, what we have created, let's say in 3-4 minutes, your first backup should be initiated, right? Like 12.5, right? With 3 minutes after that, one backup will be created. So just wait for the 3 minutes. Then we will see that is there any, let's create a one life cycle policy, right? As we discussed that, we're going over here. Then what we are doing, we are going for the custom policy, right? And what we are going to do it, we are going for the next, and we are saying that we want the complete instance volume, right? Instance volume backup. In this case, if I'm going for the name, then I'm going drop down, then I'm will selecting Sonar Cube snapshot. Which one? Sonar Cubes. This one, right? The instance of Sonar Cube. So let me go and check. Do I have any instance with the Sonar Cube name? Yes, I do have with this name because it has given. So I'll give it a new policy. Instance backup. We can give it custom name based on our requirement, right? Backup. Then afterwards, we will go over here. Then I will click in next. Then I'm giving schedule 1 daily. I'm giving every 12 hours. Let's say every 2 hours. We'll keep it as. Now the time over here. What we have the time over here is 3:10, right? 3 minutes 15. So what we are doing, we are going to meet it 15, right? We have to give the time in 15, right? 15, 7, right? 15, 10, right? I'm giving, I'll keep the counting retention as a 2, right? We can keep it based on the retentions, how much we require. The last one or the exit, third one will be deleted, right? So this everything will be policy. Then we will click on this create policy. The policy will be created. So automation gets done, right? So let's wait for the few minutes so that let's check the successfully created life cycle policy, right? What will do it will create a backup of our EC2 instance in the term of snapshot. Then it will store it the retention what we have given, right? Let's say for example, as I mentioned that every 2 hours backup, right? 12 hours. So what happened? I've given 2 retention. So first backup for today. Second backup is tomorrow. The third backup is day after tomorrow. So today's will be deleted when his third is done. So last 2, whichever the last 2 is done, that will be stored in our account, right? As a snapshot. So if you're going with this 2 is the last. If you're going with the 4th day, then it will keep only 4th 3. This is how you're going to mention retention. So depend on the organization, how you have the retention policy in your organization, that you have to follow. But you can pass all the parameters, right? Based on your policy, how much retention you are taking and the frequency of your backup, like 1 hour, right? Or 24 hours backup, right? Or weekly once, weekly twice, once or twice, based on the policy, whatever policy do you have in your organization, based on that, you can configure it. Okay, we have all the options to configure that part. So let's wait for that 1-2 minutes and we will check it out. Is our backup has been initiated with this policy. So there will be one policy tag over there also. So don't worry about that to confirm that from this snapshot does it came, right, widget policy. So we will move back to the snapshots, right? If I check it over here, I have only one snapshot in my account, right? And the region is Mumbai. We have created the policy also in the Mumbai. If we check the policy over here, right, the policy is also in the Mumbai region. So that 2 has to pass up, right? We have created this one new policy. Well, we will check this live data life manager, right? Let's open over here. You will find that the backup what we have done initiated on the 17/20/24, right? So we have created one policy on the date of that. And if you go back to the policy again, you will check it out, all the information related to that, right? The time which we have given. If you go for the monitoring, you're able to find that, one backup has been initiated based on our whatever we have pre-configured in a data schedule, right? So if you check it over here, you're able to find, the details about that. If you check the schedule, you will be finding that what we have configured, like 15:10 UTC time, right? Every 12 hours, it has to create one backup, automated backup, right? Using this policy. Now, the configuration, what we have seen, we'll be seeing on this dashboard, right? All the complete details. Now, if you go for the snapshot, you're able to find that, we have 3 snapshot in our this, and we can check the details from on which policy, which snapshot has been created. Okay. Now, if you go for the policy back again, you will find that when policy number is attached with policy ID, right? The policy ID is number is 775. If you check the snapshot, you will find that one policy, using this policy, one snapshot has been created. The snapshot is 347, right? The number what we have specified. It has given also the volume ID on which this snapshot has been created. If you check the scroll down, all the detail is given, right? Like policy, everything, policy backup, right? the details has been added. Okay, if you check his snapshot and that its status is completed, the owner is asked him, right, my account ID has been attached to the snapshot. That is private snapshots, right? And it has given also it's created by the policy reference number. So this is when we have created the backup using policy manager, right? It's automated this one. Now if you go back over the policy, right, if you check it over here, right, as I mentioned that we have already had one snapshot before, right? So using this policy manager, we're able to find that. Now if you go for the policy manager, you'll be finding we have created two policy manager, right? Let's go for the second policy. Then I will be able to find that here we have targeted the volume, right? In the previous we have targeted the instance. Okay, I have clicked on this, I able to find that one volume with this tag is already existing over here, right? With the volume ID over here. Now we check it, is this policy manager has created any backup or not, right? If you check it here, the frequency which we have given is 13.05 UTC, right? Every hours it has to be created. Now if you go for the snapshot, you're able to find that, using this policy manager, as I mentioned before, like the number was 22B0, right? The policy ID reference. So this reference will be tagged in the snapshot also. We'll go to the snapshot, right? We will check it over. Is we able to find any snapshot created by this policy? Yes, I'm able to find the one snapshot, right? 3FZ that is created by this policy, which we have specified over there, right? While creating this policy, right? If we go for the policy manager, as I've specified, what we have given targeted volume, right? So if you go to the policy manager again, then you click it over here, right? There is two policy manager we have created. One is for that, one is for this, right? For the snapshot, if you check it over here, you're able to find, 3 snapshot has been created. This is how you can create your policy manager, so that based on your automation, whatever you have specified the schedule, based on that, the snapshots will be taken periodically. This is a practice where you can create your automated backup in case of your absence also. You can create whatever backup you require based on the organization. Some organizations say weekly once, weekly twice, daily one, daily twice. Based on the organization requirement, you can specify in the policy itself, right? If you can open the policy, you can specify all the details. If you check it over here, by the best practice, then now we are deleting this policy, right? Because to avoid the charges. So because I have specified that every hours to be taken backup, right? So the storage will cost us, as we discussed our last session, storage will cost. So I'll give delete and I will specify delete, right? Then what we will do, we will delete the snapshot also, what has been taken by our policy manager, so that the amount, the charges should be eliminated. Just insert delete, so that it has to be deleted now, right? You'll be able to find that we have deleted the policy manager as well as the snapshot. So, but not just any servers, it's a Windows server, right? If you check it on the screen, you'll find it the Windows server. There is an outage like 2 months back with the Windows server. There was a lot of issues facing all the Windows server were down, right? You have been facing there was an issue with the ticketing. There was issuing manually. There was a huge setback for the Windows. But still, if you go cross check and there's a main important aspect in the Windows server. Where the Windows servers has been used, let's check it out. If you're going with any gaming industry, then you'll be able to know that all the gaming industry, maximum of their database of their users, everything is hosted on Windows server, right? The one use case, Windows server. Okay. The second, if you check it over here, if you're working with any organization like editing company, right, for the movies and everywhere, you will find that there is a VFX everywhere, right? They are using visual effects, right, to add in the movies, everything. They are depend on Windows server. If you're going for any if you're going for ERP setup, any database, right? Database of related to different industries that are hosted in Windows Server. Even this Windows Server is used as a Bastion server for your environments, right? Let's say for any environment you have the keys, then you should be able to connect through the Bastion server. The Bastion server is Windows Server, right? So in this case, you will know that maximum of the Windows Server knowledge and how to host that Windows Server using virtualization, right? Using any provider, cloud provider, we will cover this aspect. And we will discuss there is 2 types of servers available, right? Generally, we are going with 2 types of server. One, you will be finding that one is mostly as a DevOps engineer, what we are using Linux servers, right? Linux server. We are using Linux server, right? But now in this topic, we're going to cover the Windows server. So what the difference is make when you selection this two servers, right? When you're going with the Windows server, you have to understand that it's coming with GUI, right? It's coming with GUI. Okay. So let me add this point also. When you speak about Windows Server, the Windows Server is come with the GUI and the CLI, right? Command line interface, and it is a graphic user interface, right? Two interface is available, right? If you take the example of Microsoft, as I say, you can create the folder by going over here. Let me show you that point also. Yeah. Right? If I want to create folder, I can create from here new. I can create a folder. Even if I want to create anywhere like a terminal, right? From here, if I want to make create any folder, right? mkdir, right? mkdir asim, right? I can create a folder with the name of asim. So here you have two options, right? Whereas if in the Windows you have two options. Okay. If you're going for the Linux, you have only one option, where is the UI, CLI, right? Where you will interact with your operating system through command line interface. You got this point. Now, when we say that GUI and UI, the graphics which you're seeing over here, then it's required a lot of space and the operating system is very heavy. Okay, the minimum configuration you required for Windows Server is 30 GB. Okay, the RAM can be one, depending on your use case. Okay, 1 GB of RAM. Storage minimum it has to be 30 GB. Okay, where here it is recommended to go with the minimum of 8 GB based on your cloud provider, right? Can be 8 to 12 based on your cloud provider. Now here when we say 30 GB of storage is required, the reason is that when you're configuring a Windows, right, it will take Windows operating system, right? Windows operating system is coming with as I discussed, that is coming with GUI and the UI. That's the reason it takes a lot of space. So we require minimum of 30 GB to configure one Windows server. Okay, this point is one. Second point, let me add that point also, right? The second point is that when you're connecting, when you're creating virtual machine, right? Then whatever you have to use in case of CLI Linux, right? In the Linux, what we are doing, we are creating one PEM key, right? When we creating one PEM key, with that we are going to access. But whereas here the PEM key does not work, you need a password, that is administrator password, right? We required it to create a password that we will cover in the tutorial. Don't worry, in this session, lab session, we will cover that. Here you need to configure. This part is clear. Now the port for this is not SSH. Okay. Let me add this port also. Here we are using SSH, right? SSH port, that is port, right? SSH port we are doing. Here in this case, you are going to access RDP port. Okay, RDP port you have to open, you have to access through RDP port. So the access also is different compared to this. The password is also different. The configuration is completely different compared to Linux server, right? Linux server. So we will have to cover this in the lab purpose. Now the use case I mentioned that if you're going with any VFX movies, right? If I'm setting my organization where I'm going to edit VFX movies, then if I'm going to buy this Windows server, right? In say let's I'm going to buy Windows machine. Okay. If I'm going to buy one Windows machine, what do I require? I need to order Windows machine, right? I mean laptop, right? It's come with some configuration, right? Then I need to give 100% amount to that. Let's say I need 25 machines, right? Laptop machines with this configuration. Okay. If I don't have the virtualization for my example, right? If you have a laptops, right? So in this case, let's say after my project ends, because all the investment what you have done, that may be if you don't get any project something else, you will be ending up wasting your resources. Whereas if you're going for any virtual machine providers, right, like let's say cloud computing, when AWS, what they are doing, they are providing this kind of services with only minimum charge, like as you pay go service, as I mentioned that, right? So what you have to do, you have to go in the AWS and request them With Windows Server, they will provide you Windows Server. You have configured by yourself. They will take care of everything. The scaling is also very easy. Based on our demand, we will increase or we will decrease, right? Based on our demand. So here you get the option, right? If you're going for any provider providing, there is a lot of option. You can increase it, right? Based on a use case, let's say I want to increase the storage, it's possible. If I want to switch my machine from 1 GB to 10 GB, it's possible, right? If I want to switch from 30 to 2 terabyte, it's possible, right? Without any effect, in let's say in 10 minutes, 15 minutes, you are going to update. So this kind of advantage is available with the Windows Server if you're going with the cloud provider. Okay, in case of going with your physical server or your laptops, in case any kind of cases, right? Now the point has been mentioned that we will be opening one RDP port, right? With that RDP port from my local machine, let's say my laptop local machine. I'm a developer. I'm going to access this machine using RDP port. That port we have to open. Okay. And to authentication, what we required a password that we have to generate. That I will cover in this lab. We will check it out. Now, on the architecture, the basic difference between the Linux and the Windows, I think is clear. Here, there is a simple way. This is a CLI. That's why it doesn't require any like hard disk. Like 8 GB storage more than enough. You require only one key. You need to open SSH port. That's it, 22, right? With that port, you can connect and using your user and the key. Over here, the user and the password. Okay. Hope they're answered. Let's go now check. Now, the point is why you require a Windows Server. As we mentioned that, before moving to the technical setup, let's quickly cover Windows Server is a big player in the enterprise environment, right? It's compatible with Microsoft products. It's coming with Microsoft. We check it over here. As I mentioned, that it's coming with operating system pre-installed, right? We don't need to install. It's taking installed. All the drivers, whatever the drivers we required for that is coming pre-configured, right? The security lightness is hosted in virtual machine, right? Is somewhere in the AWS database center, AWS data center, where it's completely secure, right? Nobody can do it. You can make it user management also, right? You can create multiple user in this Windows server and you can provide access to your teammates in case of that. Okay. The enterprises application in that means is coming with all your license and charges also is more compared to Linux server. Okay. But we will see the covering, right? So now what we will do it, let's go into real stuff, setting up our Windows server, right? So what we will do it now quickly we'll go and we will configure the first Windows server. In order to proceed that, you need to have one AWS account. If you don't have, you can follow my day 3, I guess day 2. We already showed that how to create your AWS account free, that is coming for 1 year. Okay. Now, if you check it over here in the dashboard, it is a EC2 services, right? Here you're able to find that launch instance, right? If I click on the launch instance, then the prompt will be coming. But let me add that. I'm giving a tag as Windows Server, right? Windows Server. Then you're able to find that there is a multiple images, OS images available. Now, as we discussed that we required Windows that is provided by Microsoft, right? Now, if you check over here, Amazon machine, they have given the machine which is coming in free tier. Okay. So if you check, there is a multiple options which is coming in the free tier. You have to click whichever is suitable for your case, but in the tutorial, we'll go with the free tier option 1, right? So if you check it over, he's saying that the architecture is 64, machine ID is there, user is root, right? User is root, everything is given. Then we will go with T2 micro, more than enough, right? It's coming with T2 family, 1 CPU and 1 GB memory, right? In the key pair, let's create one more, right? Windows key. Okay, Windows key, let's say, because I think I have in my account, but still no issue. So let's create on this key pair. So it will be in the download folder. Now, if you check it your network setting, I'm keeping default because we don't have any VPC created. In the real-time scenario, you have to go your organizational VPC. In the subnet, you have to select as they defined by your organization. The firewall, as you say that, as I mentioned in our layout, right, in the drawing aspect, let me just show you. I have said that we are going to open RDP port. Okay. So before we select that, it's automatically when you're selecting with the Windows server, right? Windows server is automatically pick up the port as RDP, right? RDP port, I'm clicking anyway. So that's fine for me. And the minimum also, see, it has taken 30 GB by itself default. So when you're going with Microsoft, automatically speaking everything. Okay? It will pick your RDP port first where you're going to access, and GB needs to be 30 GB. Okay. So in free tier, you can only configure one because in the free tier, you have only 3 GB of free tier available. Okay. So everything default summary is given over here. Is going with the Windows server, T2 micro family, the new security group, right? It's saying that, you can access only 30 GB of EBS. Okay, fine. That is in my free tier limit launch instance. So it will take few minutes, like 1 minute or something, just to up and running. It has created one instant ID. With this instant ID, you can access everything, all the details about this instance, which is going to be configured. Okay. So now if you check over here, you're able to find one IP is we receive one IP that is a dynamic IP. Whenever I'm going to restart or reboot my server, I'm going to lose this public IP. Okay. So for our testing reason, it's fine. We are not going with elastic IP. If you want, you can go over here. You can create one elastic IP. You can add to this, attach to this instant ID so that you will not lose any IP address, right? In the page. So now if you click here, it should pass instance running, right? So it's showing T2 micro, then it's everything. Now, when we click on this Windows server, then I'm showing for connect option, right? It is showing me multiple options. Then we'll go with the RDP client. Okay. So now the point is that, the username by default, as I mentioned, that it will be administrator. Okay. Let's take this point also. It will be administrator, right? The point why it is there, whenever I'm going to execute anything, right? Let me just open you and give an example also, right? Let me just show you. When I'm going to execute this, right? For the file, what is showing? Administrator. Okay. The major difference between the Windows server and the Linux server is that, in the Windows server, you're going to use as a default is administrator. Whereas here, you'll be having the user Ubuntu, right? And the privileges will be having with who? Root user. Root user will have all the privileges in Linux operating system. So you're switching by using sudo su, right? You remember? So you're giving sudo command and to have a super admin, right? All the privileges they have. Whereas in Windows Server, the administrator have all the privileges. Okay. Privileges. Okay. All the privileges is with whom? With root. Whereas in Windows, it has with the administrator. Okay. Which my points is clear. Now what we will do it, we will just, we want to get the password now. Okay. So the prompt, if you check it away, is giving the IP address, get password. If you click on the password, right, we are creating the password. So in order to create the password, what you do to required is that you need to upload your key, whatever the key you have created, right? So what you have to do it, you have to upload your PIM key, right, and convert into password. Okay, into password. You got my point. We're going to use password. Now, if I'm going back to the here, then the option is giving, please upload your key. Let's click on this, and I'm in the download folder. Then I have a Windows key which I've created just now. Just I will upload. Then it's taking everything. It's saying, okay, decrypt the password. So what you will do, it will decrypt the password. It will prompt me one password over here, which I'm going to save it over here. Password, which you have to keep it with you to initialize to connect with your server. So what we did, we uploaded M key, right? And we converted into password. Okay, password. Then we have got the password. Then we successfully, what we will do it, we will we'll go back over here. Then the instance. Now the part what we require connect to your EC2 instance, that is successfully done. Now the first part what you need, we need one SSH client. In this, we required one third-party application which we are going to access this. So in this case, we will session. If you click on the session, you will see a lot of ports, right? So if you check it over here, right, you're able to find one is SSH, one is RDP. Okay, SSH for the Linux, RDP is for the Windows server. Okay, if you got my point, you'll find everywhere over here. Okay, so that point also clear. Let's go for the RDP. Then it's asking you the details. Okay, the details what you require the host IP. So host IP, how we are going to get it? Just click on this, you'll get the IP, right? Go over here, give it over here. IP is given, right? The username, what I have the username, as I say that it is administrator, right? If you connect over here, here you'll be finding the administrator. Okay, let me copy this part. Just copy and I will paste it over here so that I should not do any mistake. The port number for RDP is 3389. Okay, whereas in SSH you will find port 22. Okay, then afterwards when I'm going to advanced setting, I don't require anything. Network setting is fine. Let it be this one same. Okay, when I'm clicking OK, so it will prompt you the password to enter, right? So now here you have to, whatever the password what you have created, you need to enter the password over here. Don't forget to copy from here to here and paste it over here, right? Show password and click OK. So now what happened? The connection initiate, right? It happened that is getting connected, right? So now what happened in the background? Whatever the key we have given, first it will go and it will check, right? Now it's saying that you need to enter your master P, everything. For my use case, I'll say the don't require. Let's keep the key as default. Okay, so I'm going with this with the same way, right? Let's take for a few seconds. Is connecting with my Windows server. So we are able to find that, we are logging in where we have logged into our Windows server. If we check the view of this, right, you're able to find this is the same as your Windows machine, right? So let's say don't require for current, we will keep it off, right? Here also you can mute it. If you minimize over here, you're able to find, let me add the point before that we will cover this point, how the authentication happened, right? If we check it over here, what we have given a password. With that password, what happened? It was gone to the, let me add the password. What I have done, I have used my PC. With that PC, I have given the credentials, right? I have given the credential as a password and the IP address. So what happened? The request gone to the server. right? Windows Server. Then the response came back validating that this authentication of your password is valid, so you are able to access. So authentication, if your password is wrong or something else, you are going to face as a failure connection. Right? So the authentication is got, that means we have a valid connection. We are authorized to use that server, Windows Server, which we have created. Now, if you check over here, you're able to find the same Windows Server, right? This is the Windows Server, and this is my Windows, which is on my laptop, right? It's the same way. If you go over here, you're able to find this is the same terminal. You're going to find same kind of Windows Server. Now, if I want to create inside this Windows Server, I want to create any new file, right? I want to create any folder. Let's say Cloud Awesome, right? Cloud Awesome. I have created one folder. This is the same way how you're going to create the folders. Now in the folders, if you say I want to, I want to create one .txt file, right? Cloud Awesome .txt, right? If you hit enter, one txt context element. This is Cloud Awesome, right? First Windows Server. Okay, if you check it over here, you're able to find that we can create, and it's the same way what we are doing in our laptop. You can do every single thing. Now you're able to find that if you click on this window, you're able to find the things whatever you required. That micro edge is coming up. Server manager is coming with this default control panel. You have remote disk. You have PowerShell is also included. Even you can have like a terminal, right? Terminal. You're able to see inside this server, we can have all the things. Like if I ls over here, you can find that internal command is not working. No issue. Let us check ls. Ls is not working. Ln. Now cd dot able to find. I'm going into the user, right? cd dot. This is how all the commands which are you working. You can access the same way on this Windows server. Now, if I want to, let's say what we say, we are going to control panel, right? So in the control panel, you will have all the options, okay, like security, user account manager. You can create here if you require this Windows server to be given credential to your teammates, right? On this Windows server, you are hosting any database, or you are creating any application you are installing on this, right? Maybe VFX software, or any let's say you call it any accounting packages you are installing, any kind of thing you are doing, right? Here you can do everything. Let's see if I'm going for the user management security type. Okay, if I'm going for the programs, you're able to find that pre-defined programs and features is already coming up with AWS. Now if you check it here, there is two things that Amazon EC2 launch, right? SSL agent is providing. Whose agent we are connecting to this Windows server. Okay, able to find the C program and install all the things. You'll be finding driver and whatever you have, you can do it. Every single thing you can install any application over here. Okay, even you can browse using the browser, right? Right, I'm opening the browser inside the Windows server, right? I'm inside the Windows server. If you check it over here, I have a connection. Okay, so let me it's taking some time. No issue. Okay, let's say what is, because we have used E2 micro, right? It's very less configuration we have, but it's for the tutorial purpose, just to show you how you are making configuration. E2 micro is only coming with the free tier, so we have gone with this. But in the real-time scenario, you have to check your department, right? They will specify all the requirement of this machine, right? It can be any number of GB, maybe 20 RAM, 16 RAM, based on our things, right? Sign in straight with audio data. Yes, I don't want to do it. I'm going to Windows Server, confirm, continue. Yes. Good. Okay. Now here I can add as you filed it, right? Facebook, Myntra, everything is able to find. So this is how you're going to access this. Okay. Now if I'm going to minimize this, I'm going to minimize browser also with these options, right? Now the point we have found this, right? How you got, how we did this, all the steps. Now the thing is that if you want to make it like terminated production or stop production, how you're going to cover it. This topic also very important, right? You will have thousands of virtual machine created in your account. By accidentally, you may be deleting, instead of Windows Server, you might be deleting Grafana, right? So in this case, how you're going to make sure that it's not deleted accidentally, right? You can go with action, instance setting, then you'll find some like multiple steps, change stop production, change shutdown behavior, right? The step termination production. So what I'm doing is I'll keep termination production, right? I'm keeping, click on this enable, you're able to find save. Okay. Now what prompt research given, successfully enable termination production. For instance, this ID is attached, right? The instance cannot be deleted. Now let's say I have 1,000 virtual machine like EC2 instance on AWS account. Now by accident, any person, like maybe me or any other user, by accidentally what it did, it terminated instead of Grafana, it terminated this Windows Server. So now what prompt you are giving? Failed to terminate, delete an instance. The instance size is reference is E4, may not be terminated. Modify it, disable API termination instance attribute. Try again. What that is mean? That means that termination enable is on. So what you have to do, you have to go over here, click on this, then you have to change termination production. You're able to find enable. So you have to delete, then you'll receive the prompt. This instance is no longer protected. Again, accidental deletion. So what we are doing, we are making protection to accidental deletion, right? Because when you delete something, then everything get deleted, right? Hard drive, the server, everything, because it's a virtual machine, right? So this step, to avoid that, we are giving with this. Even you can add the step the same way with the stop production. So you want this server to run always 24/7. So you can keep this state as a stop protection. So that nobody by accidentally can stop this. So it's causing you any production environment or any kind of environment issues. Okay. Shutdown behavior also you can keep it. If you want to increase the instance size, right? We have gone with T2 micro, then you can stop this EC2 instance. Then you can click off when stopping, this will be enabled, right? The action is available when the instance is stopped. So you can stop this, you can change your instance type. This we will cover that part, but everything you can do it, right? So now when you're going back over here, you're able to find that, we have done every single thing. So just click over here and delete the Windows Server, right? So let me go over here, then I'll be checking out the details of administration, pictures, and everything is over here. Let's see, account setting you have, setting you have, right? System you have. Let's go for setting, right? In the setting, let's see what we have, right? In the system, we will check it on the system. You're able to find that. That is, let me check about, right? If you click on the about, you're able to find what kind of virtual machine we have taken. The device name, as of course, we have taken from AWS, that is EC2, right? And they have given the processor on this Intel X, Nexona CPU, right? It has given 2.4 gigahertz, right? Instant RAM, as we have selected a T2 micro, it's coming with 1 GB, okay? Device ID also is given, right? The key. So we no need to buy any Microsoft paid version, right? Product ID also is given. System, operating system, everything is given, right? Everything is here. Even you can rename this server also. In the Windows is same Windows Server, data center, everything is good. From where data center this has been done. This is reference to AWS, right? If you want to report any case to AWS in case of any issue, we require any help from AWS team, then you can code with these references, okay? So this everything is available. With this you can do it. So we will conclude this session with this part that what we have discussed up to now. The point is we have checked, let me go. What we have checked the difference between the Linux Windows Server and the Linux server. I had mentioned that the minimum you need to go with the 2 GB hard disk, whereas here you require 8 GB. That is coming with GUI and the CLI, right? Where you are communicating user interface, like you click on this, or you can go with the CLI also. Okay. and even 1 GB RAM, and you have to go with minimum 30 GB storage. And how you are going to connect? We are going with the password. Whereas in the Linux server, you are going to connect with your root user and the user which is provided, right? Ubuntu and the PIN key. Here you have to create your password while uploading your key, right? You have to decrypt your key, then you'll receive one password. We have to keep the password in the same, and you are going to connect with that. Okay. After that, you can connect with using SSH, any application, right? Any mobile extreme is that. With that, you can go with the RDP port, right? As I mentioned that using RDP port, you will receive all the information over here also, as shown the details like in the setting, like what is the memory is there, the network speed is there, where is router located, that is in AP South data center, right? That is Mumbai, and the type of instance is T2 micro, and the public IP address and everything is given. If you check it over here, this 13 dot, right? That is a public IP. If you go for the private IP, you'll be able to find there is a public and private IP, right? Private IP is 172.135. 172.135. This is how we are going to validate. You can create this. Don't forget to delete this instance as you complete this session. Some update from AWS. Let's go and check it out. What the update and how we are going to solve that update, right? So this is the official website for AWS services, right? Click on this. So you have to prompt your login password, right? So I'll click on the sign in console. Right after that, is asking that if you are a IAM user, you can proceed over here. But in my case, I'm using the remote root user, right? So I'll click on the root user. Then afterwards, I have the email pre-configured, right? You can use your email address over here. Then you have to give your password. Then click on the sign in. So you will be landing to the page where it is required you to apply multi-factor authentication, right? So this is a mandatory step provided by AWS. Then you have to, if you are proceed, like there is a different dates based on your region. If you are in the US or the UK region, you have a different date to comply these regulations, right? From India, this is the date has been skipped. That was 20 and 21. So this is a mandatory step. We have to proceed now, right? So it has provided that how you can secure your account. So it's showing that improve the security of your account by registering MFA, that is stand for multi-factor authentication, right? They have given the 3 steps, 3 options. You can choose any option to proceed. The easy convenient step for us is to proceed with the authenticator app. Okay, so I'll click on this authenticator app, then I'll go for the next step. Then it's showing that how you can going to configure, right, this virtual device. So in this case, it's showing that install a compatible applications such as Google Authenticator mobile, right, or the app on your mobile device or the computer. From there, you can provide access, right? You can scan this QR code or the secret code, then you can authenticate your account, right? In this case, if I click on this, then you'll be redirected to one page. It has all the options, why they have improved, what is multi-factor authentication, right? What are the steps available, right? So you can go with all the things. Here, currently, we are going with this step, that is virtual authenticator app. In this apps, we have multiple, like if you're going for the Android mobile, right? Right, or an Android operating system, then you have this Twilio, right? Do we have Microsoft, Google, and a different semantic one more application is applied. If you have with the Apple iOS, then you have these options. So in our case, the Google Authenticator is authenticate, right, provided by Google itself. So in this case, you can check it out. This all the steps available, right? So here, what we are going to do it, we'll go back to our account. Here we are choosing the step as. Let me show you again. We are going with the step, right? Let me log in again. Then we are to this landing page. Then I'm giving the name as right? Then I'll check in on authenticate add. It's saying that no space. Fine. I'll give it over here. Then I'll go with authenticator app. Next click. Then afterwards, what happens is saying that you can scan. In this case, what you have to do is you have to click on the show QR. Such one QR code will be generated. If you want to make it like zoom, you can zoom it, but more than enough is fine, right? So here, what we will do, we will take the step use of the application which we have installed on our mobile, right? Google Authenticator. So just I will proceed for that, and we will install from there, right? We will scan that code. Open Play Store. In the Play Store, you have to go for the search. Then you have to search over here Google Authenticator, right? Google Authenticator. Just click on the search suggested by the application. Then you're able to find that there is some prompts. The one you have to check it over here is a Google Authenticator provided by Google LLC company, right? Which is official. Just click on the install. So it will take few seconds. Then it will start installing your application on your mobile, right? Currently, I am using Android mobile. If you have iOS, then you can use iOS Play Store, right? From there, you can install, right? And then if you check it over here, you'll be finding that Google Authenticator is installed. So let's open this. Okay, it's saying the strong security with the Google Authenticator, right? So after that, it's prompting simple setup using your camera. Then afterwards, a unique code will be used to sign in. That's fine. We will click on the get started. Then it's asking on which email address you want to install. You can choose based on your configuration. I'll proceed with the same email address. So open our application, which we have configured, right? We'll go with the Google Authenticator. Google Authenticator we have on, right? Now what we will do is first we will click on this bottom sign, plus sign. Then afterwards it's asking that what step you're going to use. We have two steps, right? We have one step which is QR. Second step is a secret key, right? Both we have. So in our case, what we will do it, we will use with the QR scan. Okay, I'll click on the QR, and then afterwards it will open our camera. Then let me click on this. So it's showing that there is a one OTP pin has been generated, right? That I'm going to insert on my system, right? So 095. Wow. After inserting that, we will find one more code, right? We are receiving one more code. That code we have to insert over here. So basically, you will receive two codes that you have to insert, right, on your system. So if I click over here, then after what I'm doing, I'm just clicking register MFA. Okay, it will take prompt and it's prompting that successfully assigned a virtual MFA, right? Your account is not protected with MFA, but we encourage registering multiple devices in the case of that your primary method is lost or disabled or unavailable. So what we will do it, we will simply go and we will continue to the console, right? Okay, fine. We are able to log in now. Now what will be the case 2 that we will check it out, that how we are going to, right? And how we are going to log in after logout, right? So what I will do it, I will go quickly and I will sign out from here, right? So now we already authenticated our yes. So I'll give it over here, sign in as user. Then afterwards, I will give the email address. Then afterwards, I will be clicking on the sign in, right? So now check it over here. It's asking you MFA code. MFA code, what we have to give it that. Then what we have to do, you have to go back over here. Then afterwards, one code is generated in your application, right? So whenever you open that, automatically the one code will be rewriting. Okay, that code, the present code, I have to insert over here, right? 828. So that code is visible in my mobile. So I'm giving the same code I'm submitting over here. It is taken from that mobile now. So it's prompting that it's fine. This authentication is that. So what we are required? We required authentication of my mobile code from my mobile, and I have to pass this in Google Authenticator. Okay, you got my point. With this, you can just make your account secure in terms of security. Also, you make sure you're going to whatever blockage you have received currently, it will be fixed. Okay, don't forget to share, subscribe, and this is very important update, right? Thank you very much.